Hello, good morning, 13th jurors. Hello. You'll notice I am not in my normal little corner of the world. I am coming to you live from my mama's guest room. For those of you who were with me when I had to come here before, when they were doing work on the condo, you'll know that I like streaming from here, because even though it's not my own little setup and I'm having to use my laptop and everything's a little bit different, my mama brings me snacks. So we like streaming from here anyway. Before I forget, and y'all know that I can be forgetful, I want to say hello and thank you to our first in chat, first tailgaters. We had our first was BuffyBot. So welcome, BuffyBot. You get to come on in and take your imaginary throne. Congratulations and welcome. Second was Portland Trailblazers TV. I don't know how Portland Trailblazers TV always somehow gets one of the top 3 seats in the tailgate. I don't know. And I'm impressed by your ability to be first in line. You get a beautiful yellow science lab stool. And our third in chat is Tosh. You get, it might not be the fanciest of the 3, but it's going to be the most comfortable. So yes, you got that. You are exactly right. You got the comfy seat. So congratulations to you. All 3 of you. Thank you for showing up and hanging out. I am going to go ahead and add add our little stream. We've got a few minutes until they start. I think we've got about 10 minutes. Let's see. But this way we can, stalk them and keep an eye on them. While everybody's still kind of pouring in, for anybody who missed it, yesterday was a huge day for us. I seriously doubt my mama will want to be on camera. She's not she's not that type, but she'll be bringing me snacks and coffee and lunch and stuff. She's great. So when I'm here, she'll sneak in and hand me stuff. So it's funny. Last time I was here, she ordered food and she had like a milkshake for me and lunch, and that she brought me a coffee and stuff. It was great. So I need to just start making my way over here to stream every time. It's worth having to use the smaller laptop instead of my 2 huge screens just to get the snacks. So I don't know why I don't do this every time. Yes, big day for the channel yesterday. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Oh, goodness gracious. For some reason, allergies are killing me today. So if y'all see me sneezing and stuff, I'm not just crying over, happy things or bad things this time. Although y'all know I can be a crier. I don't know if it's allergies or what. Eggs and Spam. Welcome. Eggs and Spam, I think, was a member before. But I know that a lot of our members that have had gifted memberships, a lot of them are, when they're coming to the end, then we've had everybody who shows that they're new members, but you're really old members. We appreciate y'all coming back. For those of y'all who missed it yesterday, we had a huge day. Yesterday morning, we had Mark Shiner, who is, he's our new best friend. We love him. The interview went so great. And we talked to him, and I think Heidi, when her schedule clears up in a couple weeks, he and Heidi are going to come back on together too and talk to us and answer some questions too. So that's really cool. It was such a great interview. We got to hear about some stuff that you don't hear about in court. We got some behind the scenes stuff. If you missed it, I posted a little clip this morning on Twitter where he was telling us about Dominique coming, and she actually had the audacity, after testifying, she had the audacity to ask to speak to Travis. And we were like, are you freaking kidding me? After everything she's done and after all of that, she actually had the audacity to ask, to have the prosecutors ask it to speak to Travis. It was crazy. So we got a bunch of behind the scenes stuff in that interview. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. And then last night we had Kirk Nurmi on there, who on Night Court, if you haven't seen it, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we've been streaming. We do the throwback trials. So we have been streaming Jodi Arias. So we had Kirk Nurmi, who is Jodi Arias's, who was her attorney, and he's not a fan of hers. So it was a really great interview, and we talked a little bit about Jodi and everything, but you know, it's been 10 years since the trial, and he's done so much since then. So it was really interesting getting to hear his perspective on things, and, you know, talking about some of his projects and his books. So that one was a great one too. So if you didn't get a chance to join us yesterday, I definitely recommend going back and checking out those two interviews, because they were fantastic. Hopefully I'm going to stop like sniffing and sneezing. Good morning. Good morning. I see y'all saying good morning. Let's see. Let me close out some of this stuff so I can try to make y'all bigger. The only bad thing about streaming here is that I should have brought my glasses. My old eyeballs makes it harder to see on. If y'all could see my setup at the house, I have my two screens are huge. I have one in front of me that's as big as the TV that's in here, actually. And then I have another one that's right beside me that at home. So I have two huge monitors, which makes it nice because I don't have to use my old lady glasses. But now I have a little bitty Chromebook screen, but that's okay. They're doing, for those of y'all who've been watching with me for a while, and we've been listening to them do that drilling that's been nonstop, where they're putting in all the doors, and they're redoing every single door in my whole condo building. And they're on my hallway the next couple of days. So where it was just a little bit, annoying, and it sounded like a dentist drill, now it sounds like a bulldozer is trying to tear my building down. So that's why I'm going to be here for the next couple of days. Oh, let me move this over. Yes, Lucy is with me. She is down here, and she's already, come here. Oh, goodness. She's right here with me. Oh, hello, your mama. Yeah, she likes to come to grandma's too. She gets extra. Oh, she's already made a mess over here. She gets extra treats and stuff when she comes over here. Lucy. Goodness gracious. Get a dog, they said. It'll be fun, they said. You are too much work. Come here. You want to sit with Mama? Come here. Come here. You're not getting another treat right now. Okay. She's my little justice dog. She likes to, I say she likes to watch the trials with me. She doesn't. She just likes to sit in my lap and stare at me while I'm talking to y'all and wonder if I'm talking to myself. She looks at me like I'm crazy. Let's see. Hello. Good morning. For anybody who missed yesterday, the big points from yesterday that they were going over, basically when Portland took them to the hospital, took the two victims to the hospital. He was in the car by himself. The route that he told them that he took is not the route that their cell phone evidence shows that they took. So they played the tape of him questioning him about all of that, trying to, get his story straight. Stop. Goodness gracious, this dog. Come here. She's trying to like pull out all my stuff. She's like, she thinks that all of my stuff, since she doesn't have all of her toys here, she only has one. She thinks all the stuff in my purse is like all of her personal toys for the day. So anyway, they were trying to get the story out of him about how that happened, how the drive-by happened, all of that, his whole story. They Portland told him that it happened pretty close to the hospital. So he went and, or the police went and, I think it was like 12 blocks. They kind of canvassed the area. There was no glass, no bullet casings, nothing like that. Nobody heard any gunshots. So, the story wasn't seeming to make much sense. Well, then, he, also said that, when they left the studio, that Melly had rode in another car. The footage from the studio shows that Melly got in the back passenger seat of the car that they were in. Their cell phone location shows that they were all together for the entire time until right before they got to the hospital. And they followed the path of where the cell phone showed, the location showed that they had actually gone. And it showed that they had gone to kind of like off to the edge of town, to a more like, rural area where there is nothing. They went out there, and then that's when they found, I think there were actually 3 types of glass. One of them was unrelated. And then 2 of them were matches one was a match for the front passenger seat. One was a match for the back passenger seat. And they found shell casings that matched the shell casing that was also found in the back seat of the car. So, that is, of course, all circumstantial evidence, but it's not, we at least know that there were a bunch of lies told to the police. And the, where is my phone? The defense attorney, when he got up, was, kind of trying to, doing what defense attorneys do, poking holes in the story, or in the investigation, asking about, did they check out this? Did they check out that? So, the hardest thing, for me to wrap my head around, well, first of all, is he was 19 when it happened, and y'all, my kid's 19. So that's just so young, and that's hard. But the hardest thing for me about all this to wrap around is that these were his, 2 best friends, one of them since kindergarten and the other one since 8th grade. He had their names tattooed on his face. And get over here. She's still trying to pull all my stuff out. Come sit with me, you bad dog. She's like a little monster over here. He had their names tattooed on his face before they passed, like while they were still alive. And one of the victims, he was also apparently really close to his mom. And on his neck, he has 2 names tattooed. One of them is his mom's name, and the other one is the victim's mom's name. Which, I mean, to each their own. It's a little, like I think about, okay, this kid was my son's age, and I think about like if one of my son's friends had my name tattooed on his neck, it would be, interesting. But I don't know, I guess they were really close. So that's one of the hard things though, is that, imagining this kid killing I know he's not a kid, technically, he was an adult, but when he's the same age as my kid, I still say kid, but him, killing his two best friends, that's hard to imagine. So I don't know. I guess we'll see as all the evidence comes out. If there's anything I've learned in the Travis Rudolph trial, it's to go into everything with an open mind. He is innocent until proven guilty. Right now, the evidence is not looking great, but we haven't heard the defense yet. So if if they can explain any of this stuff, I would love to hear an explanation. I did talk to, I don't know if he's in here right now. I did talk to a friend of Melly's who, has known him for a long time, was with him, right up until right before he, turned himself in, and has known him for years and years. And he said, that, he's, he's a good kid and that type of thing. And, maybe misguided, but he's a good kid. So I will hold my hopes out that there's some kind of explanation that he didn't really kill his best friends. But I guess we'll have to see what all plays out in court. That's what the trial's for. Let's see. Yeah, I saw somebody saying they were rappers. His most popular song is ironically about murder. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know if y'all can see her in the shot. She's like just going nuts over here. What are you doing? His most popular song is Murder on My Mind, and he actually wrote it when he got locked up. He was locked up while he wrote it. He got locked up when he was 16 for shooting a gun at 3 people. I think it was in his at his school, and he was expelled from school. He was locked up for a year, and this is when he was 16. So he wrote songs while he was in there, and Murder on My Mind is one of the ones he wrote. But he was still on parole from that. So they actually violated his parole for this because the song was so graphic. So they violated his parole and locked him back up for the song, which, I get that, it's a song, but at the same time, I understand what they're saying too. Like, with him having violent history, and then, to put something out like that, they said that he was fantasizing about killing. And it's ironic because the song ended up being kind of similar to what happened, or what is alleged to have happened. Because the song talks about his friend being killed, and that he the lyrics even say something about how he didn't mean to kill him, and he just took him by surprise, and then he shot him 2 more times after that. And then the video shows him like holding his friend in his arms as he's dying, and his friend's telling him, he doesn't want to die, and really crazy stuff. But like when you look at it, as it relates to the trial, so kind of interesting. But it's a, yeah, and I've heard the song before. It's kind of one of those things that you don't think that much about it because it's, I mean, look, y'all, I'm not into like the new rap, but I mean, look, when I was in like 7th grade, I listened to Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style every night, when I was like going to sleep. So Murder Was the Case was like one of my favorite songs. So I'm not going to be judgmental about the songs that they put out now because, Lord knows my generation, we listen to the same type of stuff. Let's see. They did. Not every state, can use it. But they did it. They violated his parole for it. Let's see. Oh, look, bad dog over here is like done with all her bad dog nonsense, and now she's like passed out like this. She's a funny little thing. Let's see. Oh, the other violent stuff. Well, so he oh, before I forget, she loves those things. I'm at my mama's house right now, but she loves those things, those little turkey treats. She loves them. So thank you for sending those. She's loving them. The other violent stuff in his past, he had a moment when he was, I can't remember what grade he was in, but I think he was like maybe 14-ish, if I remember, but don't quote me on that. But anyway, he was young. He took a big knife to school and threatened to unalive himself. And I have to watch on stuff like this because we can only have so many words before it gets whatever. But anyway, he threatened to do that to himself and to another girl. Didn't do it, but took the knife and threatened it. And then, of course, the instance where he shot at the 3 people in the parking lot. And he got 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for that, I believe is what it was. And he got a charge for, I think, discharging a weapon. I would have to go back and look at the exact charges, but it's something like that. I know the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, he got 3 counts of that for firing the firearm at them. Let's see. A lot of them, when they come to court, are not always restrained with this stuff. It kind of depends on, different factors. He is, and they don't let the jury see them like that either. So even a lot of times, even when if they bring them to court like that, once they're in court, they don't keep them like that unless they're like, I guarantee Shabusiness will be an exception because she was in court and attacked her attorney. But for the most part, they don't really have them do that in the courtroom unless it's special exceptions like Shabusiness. Because Lord knows she's a special exception. Let's see. There has been no, I see the question about motive. There has been no motive provided by the state at this point. Of course, they don't have to provide motive, but, anytime somebody, that's the first thing you think of. It's like if somebody's going to go through the trouble of killing somebody, why? It's usually about either relationships or money. If it's somebody So, but they have not provided one. There are rumors. I saw a video of Melly's mom online talking about, I guess, Sack Chaser. From what I understand, Sack Chaser had possibly threatened her with a gun or alluded to threatening her with a gun or something. But anyway, in the video, she's saying something about how you can't threaten her and her guns are bigger. So that was one of the rumors when I was looking up everything on this. That was one of the rumors that I heard. Somebody I was about to say in court, same thing. Somebody in chat yesterday said that one of the rumors was over naked pictures being sent between his girlfriend and one of them. And there was a rumor about one of the victims that was going to get money for, I guess, for some of their music deals or something. So there's different theories and different rumors, but there's nothing that's been presented by the state as what they think it is as of now. Yeah, the thing was odd. YNW Melly. Let's see. Yeah, it's usually about love and money. Those are the two biggest things. Oh man, we're gonna have another noisy court day. I can already hear them banging around. I'm not sure. You know, their courtroom behavior has been interesting. Our chat noticed her notebook yesterday. It said the front of it said evil plans and stuff, and then the back was like the laughing, like the mwahaha, like probably. And like I said yesterday, might want to rethink your courtroom notebooks and how you want to take notes. And then they caught him. Chat caught him smelling himself yesterday, like sniffing under his jacket and stuff. He and his attorney have been laughing together a lot. So very interesting courtroom behavior. I would say that, well, I'll tell you, we are in Florida and it is definitely not cold in Florida. I don't know about the courtroom itself, but it's definitely not cold in Florida. But I think that he's wanting to probably hide as many of his tattoos as he can. The ones on his neck that I've seen, unless there's more that have come on since all the pictures I saw, are not bad. But there's one of the victim's mom, her name, and one of his mom's name. Man, y'all, when I was doing research on this, some of the stuff I found with his mom was incredibly interesting. She threw him a stripper party in the parking lot outside of his jail cell so that he could look out the window and see the strippers doing their thing. They had like money coming everywhere, and I mean they're literally like it looked like the top of a parking deck because it had the concrete walls, but it might have just been a parking lot. But they're definitely like in a parking area, and there's look, these young ladies, they were athletic. Look up the video. Look up the video. But not with children around. But I guess him and his mom are really close. From what I read, his mom and his girlfriend both threw him that party for his birthday. So they went and partied in the parking lot and were taking shots and stuff. And there were scantily clad young ladies doing their most impressive moves. Y'all look it up. But like I said, not on a work computer and not with your kids around. Let's see. Yes, you heard that correctly, Melissa in Texas. Mom hosted him a stripper party while he was in jail in the parking lot right outside of his cell so that he could look out the window and see it. I have no words. Teach their own, I suppose. It's funny you say that because I did the same thing yesterday. I was looking at the camera and he looked straight at it and I was like I felt like I got caught staring at him. It's funny how it does that when certain people will look at the oh yes, it's a video. They recorded it. It's all over like Instagram and stuff where they were recording it. Yep. Yeah, he says that he is innocent. So, not sure exactly what the defense is, but I guess we'll find that out. But he's saying that he wasn't there. The problem that the jury is going to have is that they're going to have a hard time with the fact that he lied about being with them. He lied about getting into the other car when he left the studio, which they pulled the footage and saw him getting into the back of the car. And then the story changed that that the guy's roommate went back and got him, but they checked his phone records and it shows that he left straight from there and went home. So that was another lie. So he gave 2 false stories already about, where he was. So that's going to be the hard thing for them to get over. Yeah, they originally tried to say it was a drive-by shooting. They are going to they did like the little thing with like the strings and all that, like we've seen, where they did the trajectory stuff. But he is, I was pulling all the court docs and it shows that they have somebody else who's coming to give expert testimony about, directions of bullets and stuff like that. So I'm sure they're going to have their own expert that's going to say that's not what happened. So we'll see what everybody says. No, these are not public defenders. These are paid attorneys. And actually, when I was looking through the court docs, I noticed like he's swapped attorneys a few times. So I'll go back and look at some point when I have my computer because if I try to pull up anything now, my computer's too small to see everything. My laptop is, but I'll be back. I'll be streaming from here today and tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be back on Thursday, if not on Friday. Let's see. One more treat and then go sit down. She's wandering around over here now. She woke back up and she's wandering around. I just told her she could have one more treat and then she's got to lay down. Virginia Little, I understand what you're saying. And, I do get that. Like I said, I grew up in, where it was, Biggie and Tupac and, Snoop. And so there were a ton of songs about murder then too. So it's, so this has been an ongoing thing with this type of music, an ongoing theme. I believe he has diamond teeth, and I think that they're in there. I remember reading in some of the stuff that he had an abscess because of his teeth and stuff, and they wouldn't let him have a regular toothbrush and everything because that can be used as a weapon. Lucy just turned 4 years old on June 3rd. It was her 4th birthday. Thank you, Mike Barbie. Thank you. Thank you. We, I love having y'all here. Everybody is welcome to come chat. Our only thing is, everybody's allowed to think differently and have different opinions. Everybody's allowed to express what they say and what they think, but everybody just be nice to each other, and let's keep like the personal type attacks off the table, like stuff about, I don't like the mean comments about how people look and stuff like that. If they act ridiculous, we can make fun of them acting ridiculous. Lord knows we do that, especially with the attorneys who act ridiculous. But I just like for everybody to be respectful. We're all friends in here. Let's see. Heavy Chick says, my son, born in 1983, taught me before he passed to look at good rappers as artists of their music. Comparing Eminem to Bob Dylan, it changed my perspective. That's a really good point. My kid is really, really into music, and there are things that he plays that I'm just like, what the heck is this? But he's very into the production part of it. Like, he loves the production value of music and the lyrics. And so there are things that I would normally listen to that be like, but then he'll explain to me why, he sees it as art. And then I'm like, okay, I get that. Like, I get that. Okay, so Bortland, the driver of the car, he is scheduled. He has a hearing, I think, in July, but his trial is scheduled right now for October 2nd. He was granted bond. Which is very interesting to me because, he's charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree and accessory after the fact. And he was granted bond. And Melly is on is on trial with, it's a death penalty case. So very, very interesting. Yes, Connie Monster, same thing. I thought it's like life imitating art. It was eerie watching it. I had heard the song before, but I'd never watched the video. Honestly, I didn't even realize videos were still made. But it was eerie to watch. For those of y'all asking what it means, just Google it. That's a really good question, Beach Gal. I noticed that yesterday in the line of questioning, yesterday was just day one, so it's still too early to say, what they're going to do for sure. But I did notice that yesterday, the defense attorney, if you'll notice, was picking out certain things. Like, he was saying, so that, this young man, talking about Portland, he's like, so that this young man came to the hospital and already lied to you about, 2 or 3 different things or whatever. So I'm not sure if they're going to try to put it all on him or not, or on somebody else. His friend who I talked to was saying that he thinks that, nobody knows what really happened, but he thinks maybe he's being framed. So I'm keeping an open mind with everything. I like to hear I like to hear the evidence. But the hard thing that's going to be, the hardest thing to get past is going to be that, the cell phone data. Lisa Barnes, I would say probably. I think that it would not surprise me if, I do know that, like, and we learned this from Mark Steiner in our interview yesterday. He said that, before he knew who we were, his assistants and his, kids were telling him about the stream and about the nicknames that we had for some of the people. And so, they hear things, from other people about social media reaction and that type of thing, and things that are picked out of the crowds. The same thing happened with the Murdaugh trial. There were some things that, that got back to them. So, if people are picking up on it, then, they're like, hey, if, people online are picking up on this, the jury's picking up on it. So you need to cut it out. Let's see. Which other kid? Are you talking about the driver, Bortland? Is that who? Or the other ones that were at the studio before them, when they were all there together? I believe it's scheduled. Well, they had up until, in the docket, they had that it could possibly go up until August 2nd, but they're only expecting it to last a month, from what I understand. So the jury selection is actually more than likely going to have taken longer than the trial. The autopsy, from what we understand, the autopsy stuff did not line up with some of the bullets. Yeah. It looks like the autopsy shots were showing that they were coming from inside the car. One of them, I think, was to like either the side of the head or like back of the head or something like that. But it was to the head. I'd have to go back and look. It's been a while. I went over so many documents for this. And then there were some after that where it looks like maybe he was like slunched over. So the direction of them would be consistent with him. Like, if the first shot killed him and he was like hunched over and then the next shots came. So that's according to the court documents. So I guess we'll see, what all they bring out while we're in trial. Yeah, I think he's got like a pretty big entourage that's been, from what I heard, that's there. And they were asking yesterday, we heard after court, they were asking for overflow, like an overflow courtroom for people to go in and watch. Yeah, this is what I was saying about where it looked like the kill shot was the head. And then, the other shots were outside, which is where they found like the shell casings in the glass and all of that. So crazy. I don't know what his story is now. I know that from what we heard yesterday, he was sticking to the drive-by story, but I don't know.
The state of Florida versus Demons, President's defendant, his counsel, and the assistant state attorneys, the jury. My understanding is in the jury room, so we'll be starting shortly. Anything to discuss? The only thing I want to touch base on is, can I see your sidewalk thing?
Oh, they turned down the white noise for us this time. Thank goodness. The driver is charged with murder in the first degree and accessory after the fact. And Melly is charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree. And Bortland it's 2 counts. It's for each victim.
That's fine. Thank you.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'll have Ms. Curry review the witness stand.
Great.
Hey, Wooks.
Y'all ready?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, closed caption was entertaining to say the least yesterday. People were screenshotting some of the stuff and tag. If y'all see any of the funny stuff, screenshot it and tag me on Twitter. I think I'll start a thread for it and y'all can we'll have it all in one place. I have to do it on my phone. I'm going to start a thread for it. Dang it. This is so much easier when I have my 2 big screens in front of me.
Ready? All set? Let's bring them in.
Okay, I tweeted the thing. So if y'all see any of the funny captions, put them on there, and then I'll show them either while we're before we take lunch or on break or something like that.
Jury entering?
Just knock on that thing for some reason.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the vote of our jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Demings.
Thank you, bite me.
His counsel, his assistant state attorneys, and one of our witnesses, jury. Madam, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a good night. We're going to start now, I think, with the cross-examination by Mr. Edelstein. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Curtis.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings.
What was her name? Curry. What was her first name?
I think your exact word was spent casings.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the fire.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gut, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That's correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the cases, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
Correct.
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. Good. You mentioned, and I'm going to get to it in a second. You mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
Let me show you. May I approach this, show this witness a document?
What is it marked? Is it marked or is it
It's not marked.
state of objection? Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document and see if this refreshes your recollection now? Point two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
What was
Does
her
that
first
refresh
name?
your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois,
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe.
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife. Correct.
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between you.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man, correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address, correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness to see if that refreshes the recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is defense. This is the cross-examination.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That is correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes,
And some ammunition, correct?
correct,
.40 caliber ammunition.
correct.
As a result of finding this key to this storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No,
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
May I have one moment, Robert?
Yes, sir.
Do we know that? I don't have all my notes with me today because I'm
Did I
not.
hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you part of the military?
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. Is there anything further? Are we ready?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters. With
Yes.
regards to the holsters, was there a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
We're looking at your property receipt of the recovered items, I'll refresh your memory.
Yes.
Hmm. Thank you. I didn't know.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Rock.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, ma'am. You're excused. Council, want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
Deputy Raymond.
Good morning, you are.
Good morning.
Welcome. This is our witness stand. When you get there, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.,
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
first name R-A-M-O-N-D, last name M-A-Y-C-O-C-K.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Thank
That microphone adjusts up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Makoff. I'm currently employed at the Broward Sheriff's Office in the Central and State Division.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy, I'm sorry.
And how long have you been employed by BSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that, I'm gonna turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take the first shot and process all their arrest data.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with the defendant Jamell back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprinting.
And similar to your general duties, you would have processed him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what was previously shown to defense counsel that states you for identification. Deputy, can you take a look at that? It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a work ID.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on the electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states U, the state's next numbered exhibit.
The objection
No objection.
will be admitted.
States U will be marked states 27.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement with the defendant, Mr. Demmons?
No, ma'am.
Do you see the defendant, Jamell Demmons, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
He's sitting to my right hand side, has on a sweater and a suit jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination?
Just briefly.
What happened? Oh. Oh, that's bad. Welcome, welcome, new YouTube member. Welcome. We're glad you're here. And perfect timing because we get to say hello to you instead of listening to that awful white noise that they play to try to keep us from hearing them. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Okay, so yes, Wiggles, where did you go? Cracking up at the closed captions. I put a thing on Twitter for y'all to drop all the funny captions that you see. Why does their stuff keep stopping?
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hi, Ricky Watson.
The state
Hello.
calls Inger Allen.
What is happening? Did we lose feed? Apparently. Well, this is lovely. Let's see what we can figure out. Their feed went down. Let's see. While I'm doing this, I read some of y'all's comments. I put it in chat. The marble stuff, like, because it doesn't look like it would be real marble, you know. So it looks like the 90s like spec homes, like the big garden tubs. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it looks like to me. That's what the judge's area looks like to me. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can.
I have a bachelor's degree in accounting, and I received 1 year of training to become an analyst, and we did a 40-hour course with the FBI, and we do continuous training yearly to keep up to date with what's going on in the forensic science unit.
Excuse me, hey, Commissioner, can you come sidebar?
Sure.
Sidebar careers. As soon as I hear them say sidebar, try to cover ears. I'm trying to see if I can get a backup in case audio goes down again. They sure do sidebar a lot, which wouldn't be so bad if they didn't have that awful noise while they did it. I could at least like play us some good music or something. Oh my gosh, it's awful. I'm muting it until I can see them moving some. Let's see. Yeah, the courtroom is kind of gaudy. A live jazz sidebar band would be incredible. We should get a list going of like all the things that we want to see them do, like better audio and video, live jazz sidebar band would be great. Yeah, they right when their cameras went down, they were just finishing with the other witness and were letting him go. And then when cameras went down, they changed to her. Let's see. Oh yeah, we could redecorate the courtroom. That That 90s marble would have to go. Y'all know me. I shiplap everything. Y'all can see in my condo, I have all the shiplap behind me. I love shiplap. I would shiplap everything. Put a dog bed for Lucy. That might be real marble, but it reminds me of that tacky 90s fake marble that used to be on everything. All that money went on marble and not good audio or WD-40. Did y'all see Tayo Toys, the clip he did yesterday of all the squeaking? Oh, it was hilarious. It's on Twitter and I retweeted it, but it's hilarious. It's got like all those really loud squeaks from yesterday. And where he says, you know, he talks about the song, he says the things that make you go, and at the very end of it, he replaces the with a squeak. It's really funny. White noise sounds like waterfall at Caesar's Palace shops at the Forum. Yeah, when they do it this level, when they do it like the really loud, obnoxious level, it's awful. But I listen to white noise to go to bed a lot of times. If it's too hot to open my window at night, otherwise I open my window and listen to the waves. That puts me to sleep like that. The stick-on fake marble sticky paper from the dollar store. I love that. I used to use stuff like that. They had this stuff that looked like brick, and I used that on some stuff in my room when I was like in high school. It looks like the fake brick. He looks so young. Oh gosh. I have to mute it. I'm trying. If I mute it, I can't hear when they come back, so we might miss like the first couple words, but man, it's kind of worth it to not have to listen to that. Let's see. Yeah, Melly's not going up on the sidebars. Are they coming back? Nope. He might not be invited.
Yes,
They're back.
I think I left off and you were discussing your forensic training, right? And you do forensic proficiency testing,
Yes,
and how often is that done?
yearly,
And how many times in your work week do you say that you perform comparisons?
every day,
And how often in your career have you performed comparisons?
1,000.
And have you previously testified in court,
Yes,
specifically here in the state of Florida?
yes,
How many times?
86.
And in this particular case, did you receive a comparison request from the state attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing the witness was previously been shown to counsel as states double B for identification. Do you recognize page 1?
Yes, I do,
And how is it that you recognize that document?
because I see my markings on there.
Okay, and those markings were made during the course of your comparison in this case?
Yes, they were.
Any alterations or deletions to that document?
No,
I'm also approaching with what's in evidence in states 27. Do you recognize states 27?
yes, I do,
And how is it that you also recognize states 27?
because I see my markings.
Is states 27 and what's currently now marked as for identification purposes is states double B what you received for comparison in this case?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence what's been pre-marked as states BB as the next numbered exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled.
States BB will be marked states 28.
Just gonna retrieve this. Now, can you walk us through your comparison steps? What is that process like?
We follow a process, it's ACE-B, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Okay, let's talk about the analysis phase. What does that entail?
That is when we look at the evidence and we determine whether it is quality enough for us to make a comparison.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to provide these to you in case you for reference. It's 27 and 28. So in your analysis step, what's the first thing that you're doing when you have states 26 and 27?
I am looking at the quality of the prints that we receive.
And are you using any tools to assist you in this process?
Yes, we use a 4-power magnifying glass.
And in this particular case, when you completed your analysis stage, was it sufficient for you to move on to the next phase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the next phase you identified as the comparison phase.
Yes,
What does that phase entail?
that's when we look for details and minutia.
Okay, and what specifically, which exhibit are you looking for the minutia and detail in?
The evidence,
So in front of you, if you can identify for the record state's number on the back,
BB,
which is now in evidence, it says 27. It's
28.
28, my apologies, 28. So you're looking for minutia and detail. Why is that important?
because that's how I am able to determine whether it's quality enough for me to make an actual comparison.
And was states 28 of quality value for you to compare and make a comparison in this case?
Yes, it was.
And we move on to the next stage at this point, the evaluation phase.
The evaluation is where, once I make a comparison and I determine that it is enough or not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that is either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, well, I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you have
Correct.
source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification,
Okay, and what was that based on?
that these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are from the same source,
Yes,
meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When
Yes.
I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings.
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes,
And that's placed on a report?
yes.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
You may.
Publishing states 27.
I put fingerprint lady because we didn't hear her name because the cameras were off. Hi, Angie. Yep, I'm at my mama's. They're doing the construction on my hall this week, so I'll be here the next couple days.
And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Those markings that you've made?
yes.
Now publishing states 28.
A whole fingerprint
And the
lady.
markings that you refer to in states 28 are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right.
Yes,
And you indicated that the source of the identification on states 28 and on states 27 were the same source.
yes.
Nothing further.
Councilors, any cross-examination?
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Councilman Corey, next witness, please.
Judge, at this time, the state will be publishing additional video from state 7, and we'll be doing a 30-minute
Oh, that door.
Evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC as the next state's number exhibit. I've
Show it to
previously
counsel.
shown it to council.
Oh yeah, the Morgan Curry lady. She was the first lady to come on that they did her cross examination. I never did catch the last one's name, but she's a fingerprint lady. Yeah, man. Okay, so the fingerprint lady, whatever fingerprints, I'm assuming that we're about to find out where the fingerprints were. I didn't hear that part unless we missed it in the very beginning.
Is there any objection?
Yeah, all of our night quarters came in here this morning, still waking up. That one prosecutor has really pretty hair.
Sorry, Your Honor, 1 second.
Welcome to those of y'all just joining us. Yeah, so far, we haven't missed anything spectacular. Yeah, this is what I wanted to know. Like, where were the prints? Okay, they match, but where were they? Maybe that's what we're about to find out. Yeah, Pam, night court is always so much fun. For those of y'all who haven't come, we do the throwback trials on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for night court, and it's just a totally different atmosphere. Like, we laugh a lot and joke and make fun and just live our most goofy lives. It's fun.
Just to the relevance, Your Honor, objection relevance.
That's it, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, is that what they said? I missed that. Did they say that? Oh, gosh, that's awful. I missed that. Did they say that the fingerprints were on the shell casings? Is that what she was? I missed the first part of her stuff, and then I was trying to get another feed lined up.
That'll be admitted.
They kill me with that. Yeah, he objected to the relevance of this. I think that they said that they were going to do a video. Are you counting them? I'm glad because there's so many of them. I'm curious to see how many we make it to today. So she's on it. We have a sidebar counter. That dang noise is the white noise that they play so that their sidebars can't be heard.
State CC Mark states 29.
Okay, so thank you for that because I missed that when I was trying to get the stuff set up. So Melly's fingerprints are on the shell casings. Yeah, this is Broward County, Florida. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Mike Barbie, that it doesn't normally take on there. Good morning to those of y'all joining us. Good morning. Good morning. His real name is Jamell. I was saying demons because that's how it's spelled, but they were saying demons or demons. Demons, I think is how they were saying it. But it's spelled like demons. Mike Barbie, that's a good point. If he, because I think some of the shots came from outside, if they found the shell casings out on the side of the road, if he picked them up in the car and threw them out before they came back, that would make sense for them to be on there. I'm going to have to go back and listen to that part. Hello, Birdie in Scotland. Hello. Oh, somebody's phone. They're going to get in trouble. Speaking of Scotland, I looked the other day. We're in like 38 countries right now. Isn't that crazy? A little bitty stream. Yeah, Meg, somebody else said that this was the same. I didn't watch that one. Somebody said that this is the same same one. I think I was watching, what was I watching at that time? I think Murdoch. I'm not really sure why they're going over all this. It's JT said he's got the WD-40 emoji up. So we're looking at all of his, like his legal papers, like, you know, all this. Oh, careful, Woos. They have this being his Florida driver's highway safety, whatever. What? Come here, let me fix your hair. Super, super interesting stuff. Lucy's got bedhead. Is this why he did he object to relevance on this? I thought they said it was a video that he was objecting to. I could be wrong.
That completes the publishing of State's Exhibit 29.
State resumes publishing of state 7.
They had like his social and all that marked out. Hold on. Let me fix your hair. Hold on.
Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 0208. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 2:11:11.
There you go.
Channel 1, 10/26/2018, 2:17:43.
So this is we saw the video from studio parking lot yesterday. So it looks like this is a different angle. Is that, I wish they would give us some context and tell us what's going on. It looks to me, because it's the same group walking around, that it's the, maybe another video from the studio parking lot. Oh, wait, this is,
Channel 3, 10/26, 2018, 2:11.
so this is inside.
Channel 3, 10/26, 18, 2:17, 34.
So this is them leaving the studio. It's like 2:15 in the morning. Yeah, everything seems calm. Yeah, this video looks like it's inside the studio, and they've showed different ones, but it was like anywhere from 2:11 to 2:17 in the morning.
Channel 3, 10/26, 18, 2:19, 35.
So this is 2:19 a.m. Back in.
Ten 2018, 2:20:07. 10/26/2018, 2/21/28.
$228, $221. Well, they left the studio around 2:30, I think is what they said, and I think they got to the hospital at, well, the guy yesterday said he got there at what, like 5 something in the morning?
10/26/2018, 02/28/38.
I would love to tell you who's who, but it's hard. I can't tell in these very much about who's who. I can, anytime I have stuff like this that comes in or this release beforehand, I can figure it out before, so I can give y'all all the extra information that I can, but I don't have a clue who's who.
10/26/2018, 2/11/10, Channel 4.
Okay, so these are some, like, this is more of the angle that we saw yesterday. Now this is going back to 2:11. So a lot of those inside videos were anywhere from 2:11 until, or 2:10 until like 2:20. So they got about 10 minutes of coming in and out.
Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 2/17/43.
Okay, so the red car, we know that the two victims' roommates left in that car. They originally said that Melly left in that car with them, but then, of course, the phone data gave him away. He said that he was not in that car. So that's Bortland getting in the driver's seat. And then Sack Chaser was in the front passenger, Juvie was in the back passenger, and Melly said he didn't get in that car, but this is the video that showed that he did. Maybe they're having to show this to get it entered into evidence first, and then they're going to have a witness talk about it. It seems ridiculous to just play it and let the jury try to figure it out. So I'm assuming that they're playing this to get it entered into evidence, and then they'll have, as witnesses come out, have them point out who's who. Okay, so we see everybody seems like they're getting along. So now in the red car, the roommate that they went to go talk to, he said that Melly went with him, and then, like I said, cell phone records prove that was not true. Then he said that they left separately, but then Melly called and asked him to come get him. Again,
Channel
cell phone
4,
records prove that wasn't true.
10/26/2018, 02/21/37.
So I think this is mostly showing that he lied. Sounds like a seal, doesn't it? That noise.
Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02/28/54.
Yes, Jamie, a seal or a pterodactyl. Either way.
Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/10/56.
Okay, so this is them locking up the studio, I'm assuming.
Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/11/28. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/17/33.
See, they're going back and forth, showing the different, they'll take one view and then show this whole chunk of time back and forth and then go to another one. Yeah, that was outside the recording studio. So now it looks like we're back inside the recording studio from a different angle. Because this is still it. They just said 2:17, I think. So still in that same time frame. Angie, the only thing I can think of is maybe they're having to, I've seen some courts where they will show the whole thing in its entirety to get it in, like they'll enter it into evidence as a separate, thing instead of entering it into evidence during questioning a witness. So I'm assuming that's what they're doing.
Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/19/37.
I'll see tonight. I have a birthday dinner to go to. But when I get home, I'll see if I can go back and look at some of
Channel
these.
6, 10/26/2018, 02/21/28.
figure out who's who. I'll take screenshots, put them in chronological order, and then we'll go over it tomorrow. If they don't do that in some form today. But I think the whole point of this is to show who was there and their behavior before it happened, their behavior as they were leaving, and what cars they got in when they left. And what they were wearing.
Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 2242.
The biggest thing, Tiny, that I've seen when I was going through all of the stuff that has been made,
26, 2018, 02, 24, 29.
the stuff that was made available was the lying was a big part of it. But his phone data shows that his phone was with the other phones at the same time on the same path, like that they were all together the whole time and traveling together the whole time. And that after where the spot on the edge of town where they found all the evidence, the phones were all still together after that up until right before the hospital. And that was, they didn't go straight to the hospital. That was a while. So they, I think the theory is that they drove around
2018, 02, 25, 34.
With the bodies in the car while they got their story straight and figured out what to do. Lucy, come here. There's also some step data that I know is coming into evidence, but has not been really released yet. So I'm not sure what all they've got against him on that. It's basically, it's all circumstantial stuff, but it's stuff that's circumstantial, but hard to explain away. So we have to try to figure out what his story is. Yes and no, Alley Cat. They took death penalty off the table because they were going through some different legislation stuff, but death penalty is back on the table. This is a capital murder trial, so he is facing death penalty if he's convicted.
1026, 2018, 02, 2709.
And he has to have, when the jury votes on that, 8 out of 12 have to be in favor of death penalty in order to give that ruling to the judge. That's also why the jury selection has taken so long. It takes a lot longer with a death penalty case.
Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 28, 38. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 11, 03. Channel 7, 10, 26, 18, 02, 11, 10. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 17, 36.
Yeah, death penalty. They just passed that in Florida where it's you only need 8 for it to be approved. Bria Malcolm, thank you for the super chat. Do you think that they will address his mental health, bipolar, and in interviews talks about his 2 personalities, Melvin and Melly? I'm not really sure. I think that I don't know because his plea is not guilty. So I don't foresee, defense bringing it up. I'm not sure if, anybody in prosecution will try. I'm not really sure. I think they're basically just showing, with all of this, they're showing who was there, their behavior before it happened and when they left, and then showing that Melly got in the back driver's side of the SUV where everything happened. Yeah, he's not.
10, 26, 2018, 02, 20, 11.
He's not claiming like split personality. He calls it mixed personality. It's kind of like more of like an alter ego as opposed to a whole separate identity. Like his, alter ego is Melvin, who is the one who, he only lets come out at night, and when he's angry, that's when Melvin comes out and that type of thing.
Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 21, 32.
Look at you in a live stream. Hey. Hello. Yeah, I've said before, I don't think that death penalty should be on the table
26, 18, 02, 28, 48.
For circumstantial cases. Yeah, he wrote that song, and when he played it for Kanye. Kanye wanted on it because, they've both been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and it was something that Kanye felt that he related to, so he wanted to be on it. So, and it became pretty popular. Yeah, but it's not like dissociative identity disorder. It's like just alter ego type deal.
So it concludes the publishing of state 7. I just asked for 5 minutes to check with my witness outside to make sure they're ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Come to our audience and discuss the case in presence. Certainly no research should be no favor. Thank you.
Yeah, he's really young. So when I was pulling court papers for this one, I saw that they filed court papers trying to get rid of death penalty, take it off the table as cruel and unusual because he was so young when this happened. But they denied that and put death penalty back on the table for this one. I don't think that death penalty should ever be an option for circumstantial cases.
Jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. You need a restroom break?
Yes.
No, you.
Oh, I thought you were looking right at me.
He's right. No, he's good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
All righty. So, all right, so I see some of y'all that are just joining in. I will give you the very short Cliff's Notes version. He was 19 when this happened, and he just turned 24. His birthday was last month. He just turned 24 in jail. The videos that we just saw were boring to watch because they weren't giving us any context and they weren't kind of telling us what was going on. But the thing about the videos is, one of the big moments for their investigation, they said, is the cell phone evidence. So he said that he wasn't there in the car when this happened, that when they left the studio, he left in the red car that we saw, that he wasn't there. And we can see in the video that he did leave in that car and that he lied about it. Then the story changed that the roommates that actually did leave in the red car, they said that they went back. He changed their mind about going with them, and that the guys in the red car went back and picked him up because of that. But again, their location data was pulled, and it shows that that red car went straight home and did not leave again. So that was lie number 2. Then on his cell phone stuff, it shows that he was with everybody in the Jeep until right before they got to the hospital, at which point his phone finally separated from the other 3. There's a FaceTime to his girlfriend where he asked her to come pick him up and said that he had just been in a drive-by shooting, victim of a drive-by shooting. So now that's story number 3. So he's got 3 different stories in a short period of time about where he was when this happened. The other thing that is working against them is that when Bortland took them to the hospital, he was telling them that, no, Melly did not go to the hospital. It was just Bortland, and Bortland drove the 2 victims. So when Bortland got to the hospital, he said they were just the victims of drive-by shooting. And it said that, it told them where it supposedly happened. Well, the car where the windows were busted out and everything, they went, and it was only about 12 blocks away. So they went, and there was no glass, no shell casings. Nobody in the area heard anything. There was no evidence of any kind of drive-by happening where they said it did. So when they pulled the cell phone data to see where they actually were, that's when they saw that not only was Melly actually with them, but that route that he told them that they took was not where they actually were. They followed his route and it went to like kind of the edge of town where it's a little bit like secluded. And so they decided to go out there to look, and that's where they found shattered glass that matched the front and the back. There was one type of glass on the front passenger window, and there was another type of glass that matched the back passenger window, and there were shell casings that matched the same shell casing that was in the floorboard, the back floorboard where Melly was sitting when they left. So that is the evidence against him. And the state's theory is that and the autopsy stuff shows that the bullets are not the state's autopsy stuff. We haven't heard anything from defense yet, but the state's autopsy stuff, like everything that they have against him, says that the bullets, if you look at the Travis Rudolph case, the guys who attacked him were, as they were leaving, were pointing guns out in this way. So the bullet holes were through the right to the left. So if you're getting shot from outside of a car, that it would be from right to left, but it wasn't. It was from the back. So the shots are showing that they came from inside the car. They did the whole thing with like the strings and the yarn and all that stuff, the trajectory stuff, and it shows that the bullets did come from inside the car. So that is very, very strong circumstantial evidence. So I do try to keep an open mind, but that's pretty not looking so great on his end. So we'll see what they have to say. The weapon was never recovered. I see they do not have the weapon, but they did do the testing on the shell casing that was in the floorboard, where it looked like there was a plastic bag that was sitting on the floorboard that was kind of half open, and there was a shell casing that had fallen inside of it. And then that one is the only one that was found in the car, but it matched the ones that were on the side of the road where they had gone out there. So we'll see what they have to say about that. Let's see. I do not know the makeup of the jury. I have not heard. Who I might feel differently about death penalty? Or did I miss a conversation? Let's see. Bortland is scheduled to go on trial October 2nd. But it's interesting. He was granted bond and was able to, he was let out on bond, which I think is very interesting. And his charges, accessory after the fact and murder in the first. Let's see. Oh, everything just moved. I was trying to see questions. Well, the theory there is that the kill shots came from inside the car. When they went to the side of the road out there, that's when they shot the outside shots to make it look like a drive-by. So that's why there was some in and some out. Melly separated from the scene. He got out of the car before they got to the hospital, and he FaceTimed his girlfriend to come pick him up. It was the dark SUV. It looked black in the video, but I swear I thought they said it was like gray or dark blue or something. But whatever it was, it looked black in pictures to me too. But I know that some of the papers called it, I can't remember if they called it blue or gray, but it looked black to me. But that's the one where the shooting was. Yeah, there were 4 in the car. The other person is Bortland. The one that I was saying has his trial coming up in October. He's the one who actually, so Bortland was driving, Melly was sitting right behind him, and then the 2 victims were in the passenger seats, passenger front and passenger rear. So it looks like, according to autopsy stuff, it looks like the kill shots came from where Melly was sitting. And even like with the stippling and stuff, I think the report I was reading said anywhere from 3 inches to 3 feet would be the distance of where the shots came from, which 3 inches to 3 feet from inside and from where we saw him getting in is, that's kind of the evidence that they have against him. Let's see. Yeah, after it happened, it seems like they drove around for a while together, and the state's theory is that they were driving around to get their story straight. My background is only temporary. They're doing y'all have heard like that drilling that sometimes it's very soft and sometimes it's loud. It's because they're redoing all the doors in my condo building, and they're on my hall this week. So I'll be here for the next couple days because it's insanely loud when they do it right outside the door. Let's see. I think that it would be hard to have everybody vote death penalty, or not everybody, because you only need 8, but you know what I mean? I think it would be hard to have 8 people vote death penalty for him because he was 19 when it happened. And I'm not saying that makes it, any more or less of a crime, but just from a psychological standpoint, I think that it's going to be hard finding 8 out of 12 people who will not have some kind of empathy or, just have no trouble, sentencing him to death for that. I think that it's more likely that he'll do life in prison if he's convicted, but juries are unpredictable. You never really know. Let's see. Thank you very much. Thank you. The interview with Mark was awesome. He's wonderful. I respect him and Heidi so much. And I said it all along the whole time we were watching Travis's trial that, if I needed somebody to advocate for me and for my life, I would want, somebody to advocate for me the way that he did for Travis. And I was glad to see that outcome because I was glad that the jury saw everything that I was seeing too. And he was awesome. And yeah, there were a few things in there that just shocked the bejesus out of me. The audacity of Dominique trying to speak to Travis after all of that just blew me away. And yeah, he was funny when I said something about the 911 call. Let's see. Oh, we have audio. So they're saying that the entry wounds were like in the head from close up, and then I think in the back, like it said, like kind of it was consistent with him like slumping over. I guess the second shot was consistent with him slumping over as if he was shot again after he was killed. Travis's brother was a great witness. All three of the Rudolphs were. I thought they were incredible. Very genuine. This is in Broward County. Left side. That's what they're saying. Everything that they're saying shows that the entry wounds came from basically exactly where Melly was sitting when he got into the car when they were leaving the studio. Yeah, this is, and it was the head, and the other shots were like after he had, same thing you're saying, like when they were slumped over after the kill shots had already happened. The other shots came after they were already slumped over. Thank you, PJ. Yeah, his internet connection was not cooperating in the beginning, but we got it figured out. We got him on Zoom and got it figured out. But such is life. But that was a great interview as well. He's, we were excited to have him with us last night. No, Melly was in the back driver's side. He was not in the front. He was in the back driver's side. Thank you very much. I try to monitor as much. I mean, there's only so much you can monitor when you're covering trials like this, but I try to monitor as much as possible. We've been doing good, though, so far. I think the hardest thing about this is, with everything coming out, if he's guilty, this is, one of his friends since kindergarten and the other one since 8th grade, which I realize when you're 19, 8th grade is not as far away as it was when you're an old lady like me, but still. I guess 8th grade for him at that time would have only been, like 5 years or something, but still. I don't know about gunpowder residue in the car. I know that they tested the 2 victims' hands and there was none on theirs. But I don't know if testing it in the car wouldn't be that accurate anyway, because it's like, even like on our interview yesterday with Mark Shiner, he was saying, GSR tests there's so many things that it can react with. So on hands is, one thing, but testing positive in a car wouldn't necessarily mean too much because there are so many outside factors where it could react. But there was none on either of the victims' hands. They said that yesterday.
Council, you all set, ready to go?
Yes, sir, council just reviewing the last set of photographs. Shannon Thompson.
Can we approach your honor?
Sure. On the record, please. State of Florida versus Devens, President, Defendants Council, and Assistant State Attorneys, jurors in the jury room, you want to approach? Yes, sir. On the sidebar.
Side.
Oh, sidebars. Let's see. I think that they panicked. From what I've seen, they panicked, and that was the solution that they came up with, from what it seems. Let's see. Yeah, this is what he talked about yesterday. Most agencies don't even test it because of the inaccuracy in it. And, that's one thing, like testing it on hands would be, I'm sure more accurate than testing it like in the car, because cleaning products and stuff can make it react, which in a car, there's going to be, at some point, every car's been cleaned. So, oh, I love, she's got our sidebar count going. There you go. I think dumping the bodies would have had a lot more questions attached to it. I don't think that they counted on the cell phone location evidence giving them away. They have it allotted until August 2nd, but they've said it's expected to only take a month. Probably within the next few days, I will try to make a chart on this one. It's not quite, I want to get a little bit more of the stuff. Like those videos today, I've seen I've seen that one outside view. I had not seen the inside views and stuff like that. Like there's still stuff coming out. This is only day 2. So I want to see, I've got a ton of the documents that I can use, but I want to see what other stuff comes out that I can add to. Yeah. We could cut this trial down to a week if they would quit with all the sidebars.
Yes, sir.
I have not seen any pleas that he was offered. You don't normally get if they have a lot of what they believe is a strong case against you, they don't often do a plea. Or if it's something that's like capital murder, they might do a plea if he pleads guilty. Take death penalty off the table, that type of thing. But I did not see any where he was offered it when I was pulling stuff.
The case I'm looking on council is,
Why are you whining? Come here.
States Supreme Court of Florida, May 26, 2005. And it notice says that the general rule members of the
Hi.
victim should not identify a victim at trial where non-related witnesses are available to make such an identification. This rule prevents interjection of matters not germane to the issue of the oath and ensures that the sympathy of the jury is not evoked by the emotional testimony of the family. So that's the general rule. So you're telling me you don't have someone other than the family members to identify the body as a credible non-family member to do that?
I'm going to pull up, see if I can pull up some updates from the courtroom. See what drama there is.
Thank you. Anything else? I asked you here to accept your representation. The biggest concern I have is the motion. She does not do motion. Where that's what this is all about.
He's saying,
reading it on the record. Why does it have to be written? It's an written submission, it needs to be introduced into evidence. If we're not making sure.
Council, you gonna do that?
We can just have it by the, we don't have a printer and I can do it if she can print it out for us.
I mean, I don't think it needs to.
So there's drama in the courtroom.
This is for, same thing for the, you said that Anthony Williams, the same thing for the other electric.
Yes.
Yes, everybody moves. Okay, so you do that.
Okay.
All right, so who's next?
Chris Carter.
Who?
Chris Carter.
The victims' families are in there.
Yes, sir. Raise your hand.
The victims' families are in there and are refusing to move to Melly's side of the courtroom to make room for other people. I guess they're worried about what they're going to hear and having like an emotional reaction. Yeah, apparently it's very tense in there right now. Their families definitely know him. I mean, he's got one of the victims' mom's name tattooed on his neck.
Jury entering.
So I guess we're about to see something that, well, they might blur it out for us. We're about to see something that they're worried is going to upset them, upset the moms. And
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendants, deputies, as counsel, assistant state attorneys, and ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, the state was still on its case in chief, so I'm going to ask Prosecutor Brandi with 40 minutes with us, please.
Christopher Carter.
Christopher Carter, please. Thank you. Good morning. Are you Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here. This is our witness stand. When you get up there, sir, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand. You sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you share in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Christopher Allen Carter.
Please spell the first and last name for the record.
KRISTOPHERCARTER.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Carter, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, not back and forth.
Sorry to repeat that.
It'll go up or down, but not back and forth. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Councilman?
Thank you. Good morning, how are you today?
Good yourself.
Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and say where you work?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the City of Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
And so Investigator Carter, how long have you been with the city of Fort Lauderdale as a crime scene investigator?
I am coming up on 4 years as an investigator with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Prior to working for the city of Fort Lauderdale, where did you work?
I worked for the Miramar Police Department.
What did you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician for about 3 years.
What were your jobs responsibilities as a crime scene technician for the city of Miramar?
To respond to crime scenes and observe, document, collect, and preserve evidence.
When the 3 years you were there, can you give us a rough time frame?
I started about August of 2016 and transferred to Fort Lauderdale July of 2019.
What types of training and education did you have to work in crime scene?
I got my associate's degree at the Broward College in crime scene, and also have over 100 hours in training related to forensics and crime scene investigation.
Are you required to do continual training on a yearly basis?
When able to do the budgetary reasons, yes.
With regards to the training and stuff that you've completed with the Miramar Police Department before you started engaging in casework, can you describe a little bit about that?
The training that I went through, like I said, was the associate's degree program through Broward College, and within that, you are taught how to respond to crime scenes, how to observe crime scenes, how to observe evidence on crime scenes, and how to properly document and preserve those pieces of evidence and collect them.
Are you trained specifically in areas such as photography?
Yes.
What types of training and experience do you have in photography and documenting crime scene?
During the associate's degree, I went through a particular class that was geared towards forensic photography, and that was aside from the main forensics degree program.
For forensic photography, what type of equipment do you use?
You use a digital camera, a external light source typically to better illuminate the pieces of evidence. With that would be a flash, and that's about it.
I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to be involved in a Miramar police case investigation under case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, it is.
At that point, where were you employed?
At the city of Miramar Police Department.
What was your role in that case at first?
I was requested to respond to the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office to observe the autopsies that were executed there, and also to process one of the decedents, and then later on to process the vehicle that was involved in the crime scene.
So at the medical examiner's office, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that's located?
It is located in Dayton. I do not have an exact address, but
Is it within the city of Miramar?
yeah, it's not.
So after you left the medical examiner's office, did you return to the city of Miramar?
Correct.
You indicated you helped in processing a vehicle.
Correct.
Did you take photographs while you were processing that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many photographs did you take?
I believe it was around 422.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have a chance to review a much smaller selection of those 422 photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these showing you what's been marked as states D for identification? It's a composite of photographs. Did you have an opportunity to look through these before you came into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to know states D and as states 30 and published to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No.
So they'll be admitted as composites, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
How many photographs?
I have to double check on that. Just a moment. I believe it is 65.
States DD will be more states 30.
I'm sorry, what number?
30.
Thank you.
Investigator Clark, you can touch the screen as well to indicate areas of interest. 65 photos, Your Honor. Starting with photo number 1, what is this?
This is a photo identifier that we would take prior to the crime scene to properly show the date the photographs were taken, the case number related to it, and the type of case and the location where the photographs were taken.
What location is 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue?
That is the Miramar Police Department substation.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a piece of evidence tape that was used to seal the garage that the vehicle was kept in.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the evidence tape seal for?
The evidence tape seal is, like it should be explained, the seal to show that nobody has entered the premises from the time of when the investigator sealed the premises to when now I'm responding and photographing the seal.
Was this seal here at the bottom of the large doors still intact when you responded?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the interior door. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, you were looking at a seal of evidence tape that was placed by the investigator prior to their leaving. And then when I arrived, I photographed the seal to show that it was still sealed upon my arrival.
Moving on to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
This is Detective Mark Moretti reading the search warrant for the vehicle.
The vehicle in question, what is it?
It was a Jeep Compass.
Is that the same that's indicated on that photo in the red lettered writing?
Yes.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in here? I'm going to zoom in here to the hood area.
That is another piece of evidence tape used to seal the vehicle in the same way that when we sealed the premises prior to a search warrant, the vehicle and all of its entries are sealed prior to the search warrant being executed.
So, for example, now looking at the screen down here at the bottom of the passenger side doors, that red item, is that the same evidence tape we've been looking at?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in this image?
This is showing the front passenger side portion of the vehicle.
Moving on to the next photo.
This is showing the exterior of the front passenger side and rear passenger side doors.
Have you begun executing and searching the search warrant at this point?
No, I have not.
So what is the purpose of all these exterior outside photos?
All these are to document the vehicle in which I found it when I responded to the search warrant, and all photos are taken prior to the execution of the search warrant.
So again, going to the rear door seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the rear trunk seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
The initials MK that are on that, do you know who those belong to?
Yes, that is Michael Kelly,
And
which was my supervisor at the time.
You read my mind as to my next question. On the back of this vehicle photo, what is the tag number of the Florida tag that was assigned?
India Echo Kilo Delta 22.
For those of us not in law enforcement, can you please translate?
IEK D22.
The India Echo Kilo Delta that you just used, what is that commonly referred to? The alphabet.
Fanatical.
Going on, what are we looking at on this image?
This is showing the driver's side exterior of the vehicle.
And going to the seals on this particular item.
Sorry, repeat that.
The seals right here on this particular area or item of the door, was it intact?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the front door seal at the bottom between the front driver's door and the rear driver's door. Was this seal also intact?
Yes, it was.
As to the state of the windows of the car, had they been manipulated in any way while you were taking these pictures?
No, they were not.
Moving on to the final picture of the evidence tape here on the driver's side door by the A column near the hood. Was this evidence seal still intact?
Yes, it was.
What was the VIN or vehicle identification number of this vehicle?
3C4N JDD B2 JT 198929.
The first photo that we're looking at here was now inside the vehicle. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're documenting in this photo.
From here, I took photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Then the doors of the vehicle were opened up. And as is, without anything being moved or disturbed, photographs of the interior of the vehicle were collected.
So you say without being anything moved or disturbed. What do you do to make sure that you're not contaminating any of the evidence?
I wear gloves prior to each time touching the vehicle. That goes with touching my equipment, going back to the vehicle, and vice versa.
The front passenger side view that we're looking at right here. Later on are the items collected,
Yes, they are.
and we'll get to that in a little bit. What area of the car are we looking at here in this next photo? My apologies.
That is the area between the front passenger seat and the door jamb for the front passenger door.
Next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
No, I did not.
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting the interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard of the rear passenger.
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and the items that were found there.
Continuing to the next photo, what are you documenting in this image?
In this image, you can see the partial back of the front passenger side seat, the, again, floorboard of the rear passenger side floorboard, the rear passenger side seat, and a projectile hole that you can see defect on the seat.
And so I'm going to zoom in on an area. Can you explain what you're talking about, the projectile hole?
Yes.
And you can use this screen to touch if you're to draw attention to certain areas.
I observed a defect in the seat that is later on gone into detail.
Okay. Moving on to the next image here. What are we looking at?
This is the rear passenger side seat as well as the rear center console, and cup holders, and partial of the rear driver's side seat.
This area in the center with the two Sprite cans, is that how you found it in the down position?
Yes, it was.
In this image here, can you describe a little bit about what's the red and white plastic item on the bottom on the floorboard? What is that?
That's that bag.
Plastic bag.
Okay.
Wow.
What are you documenting in this image?
This image shows the trunk which had been opened, and in the photograph you can see the car manual and a jacket.
Did you disturb any of the glass? Did any of the glass move when you were opening that trunk?
Not that I recall.
What are you, in this next image? I'm gonna go back one. Did you open the rear trunk to get better photographs inside.
Correct.
Is this the interior of the rear trunk lid?
Yes, it is.
Can you kind of describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how the trunk lid is, and how you're taking the picture so they can orient themselves in space?
In this photo, the orientation is staying at the back of the vehicle. The hatch trunk is opened up, and I'm looking upward at the interior of the trunk.
And so why did you take a picture of this white fuzzy stuff?
I observed a projectile defect.
Moving on to the next photo. What did you document here?
Is a yellow jacket that was found inside the trunk that I observed red stains on.
Why would you document red stains?
Because of the presumptively would be blood.
Did you do any presumptive testing at this point?
Not at this point.
Moving on to this next image. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's side seat. From the vantage point of the driver's side door. Shows the driver's side seat, the driver's side floorboard, as well as some of the cup holders and rear passenger side seat.
Next image, what are we looking at here?
This is also another photo of the rear driver's side and cup holder.
Next image, what are you focusing on in this particular image?
This photo shows the rear driver's side floorboard, which has a Gatorade bottle, a cap, and a white plastic bag.
Moving on to the next image, what are you showing here?
In this image, this shows the interior of the front driver's side door and somewhat of the interior of the front driver's side seat and floorboard.
Moving on to the next image here, what are you looking at?
This image shows the steering wheel, partial of the front driver's side seat, the center console, and the side of the front passenger side seat.
On the next image now, we have a little bit different. Why do you put these yellow numbers?
These numbers, at the time I called photo markers, now with my agency I refer to them as placards, so I might refer to them also as placards. But these placards show and denote items of interest that will later be collected. And it's easier to recall back to a certain item and to show where that item is.
As you're documenting and collecting,
Thank you, Patty.
do you use these photo markers in your reports and notes?
Yes, I do.
So to go back to the photo of 1, 2, 3, 5, where did you collect the items at photo marker number 1?
Yes, I did.
Do you maintain the liquids that are inside of them when you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I do not recall.
As to photo marker number 3, did you collect the items of evidence that were there next to photo marker number 3?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to photo marker number 6, did you collect the gold teeth that were in that pocket there?
Yes, I did.
Item number 7, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was the spent projectile.
For item that's at photo marker number 8, what was that and did you collect that?
I believe that is denoting the pair of shoes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And to go to a better picture for photo marker number 9, did you collect the item at photo marker number 9?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That is a cell phone.
As to photo marker number 10, did you collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections and each processes areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned to the driver's side of the vehicle.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report and was later shown as a correction in the primary receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area that in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with the swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting the swab and you're ready to swab an area. Do you change your gloves? I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging that is sealed and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water, and that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better term?
No, I do not.
After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what item is processed with those swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, where the item is then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually when all work is done.
So in terms of the most accurate description of what is that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
So going back to the photos, in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle. And then prior to any other processing, whether that be late prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then there to late prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with item markers or photo markers 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you looking at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, it would.
If I may approach that?
Yes.
He may have taken the teeth out to eat or drink, or he may have, if depending on how the impact was, it may have knocked them out.
Can you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, I'll ask again. Which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those two?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the trunk portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at what location of the car on this photo or our next one?
This is the front driver's side floorboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? And not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jameson Francois.
That's the manager. Isn't that what they said earlier? That's the manager's name.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Excuse me, can we approach? Sure.
Oh no. White noise. So I've seen a bunch of the questions, and I see a lot of the same questions that I keep answering and they keep getting asked again. So I don't know if we have people that are joining in or if people are having a hard time understanding what's happening. Where's our sidebar count? Was it 7, I think? For whatever reason, I think I posted the, like, who's sitting where. I posted that on my Twitter, and a copy of the map routes that they took. So that might help. But I think everybody seems, not everybody, the same question that keeps coming up over and over is about Melly and where he was and where he was sitting. He, on the video, is getting into the black SUV on the back driver's side. He did not go to the hospital. He got out of the car before that. Oh, 8. That noise. And the rental car is rented in their manager's name. That was the manager, the Francois.
Okay. Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green, red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods. Like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods coming through.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the rear passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory rods?
I do not have a time for that.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the
Oh,
defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
that's a big one.
Is this the process you had to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the front of the seat.
Is Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the phone to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I'm going to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you collected.
Okay, that's a bad one. The door where Melly was sitting when he got into the car on the video, that door was open when those shots were fired.
Investigator Carter, I'm now showing you it's been marked as states EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the Jeep?
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, the state requesting of states EE in as states 31.
Any objection?
No objection, but with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problem.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE, marked states 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12, what are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that was collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white, what is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that you're looking to document. And the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is this the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time. And my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of the case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a sock, a Jeep Compass user guide, and a box.
And what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
Photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the sock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on to item number 15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because of the combustible nature of the liquid inside.
So the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs.
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16. What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker 16.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt, a disposable lighter, a pair of scissors, and a blue container.
Inside the blue container, based on your training and experience, what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker, what are we looking at here?
This is a water bottle, I believe a black plastic cap, a Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet casing.
Moving on to the next photo. Where was this casing located when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side of the floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer-up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from a white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and have zoomed in on.
This is the head stamp of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything of that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired bullet?
A unfired bullet comprises of a projectile that is in the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens within the cartridge casing, expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the projectile that we're looking at in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that.
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24 on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
They're like the old film cartridges.
Then determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green leafy substance.
Oh, that ain't unknown.
Moving on to item number 20.
Let's be real.
Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 22. to know where in the vehicle they were collected, I would have to refer to my report.
Understood. So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected. Yeah, can we look through them?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, those are to carry pot. Ain't none of us stupid. And in case anybody didn't see the answer, that I saw a few questions about marijuana being legal here. It's legal for medical use with a card, but not recreational yet.
And ladies and gentlemen, council is advised that this is probably a good time to break for lunch. So remember the admonition we gave you previously, you are not to discuss the case during break. Obviously, you're not allowed to discuss the period. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in prison. Research, leave your note there with your chairs, and it's now 12:30, so we'll see everybody back, let's say at 1:45, all right? Have a nice lunch, thank you.
Alrighty, so how long did he say? I was texting. I'm sure they'll put it up here in just a minute. Okay, so here's the summary, I guess, so far of what we've got going on today. All of the videos basically are just showing, like I said earlier, kind of who was there, their demeanor before they left, that type of thing. Nothing crazy. Oh, back at 1:45. So we got a little bit of a break. That's good. Okay, so there's some confusion about the two SUVs that we saw. So the red car, the people who got in that car, the one of them is the roommate of the victims, and they questioned him. They checked his phone location, and it shows that he got in the red car. He went home. He stayed home. So
Sprite cans that were there.
Yes, I did.
that got really loud. So that was just kind of, they were showing all the different angles from all that different stuff. But the red car was, they weren't there. They weren't involved. It showed that Melly got in the back passenger seat of the black car. The other one who is on trial or will be in October is Bortland. He was the driver. He's the one who we heard on the recording yesterday that was talking to the police about what happened, saying that it was a drive-by. But of course, we know that it wasn't a drive-by. Evidence doesn't support that even a little bit. So it was not a drive-by. So the I can't. I don't want to watch her. She's not my favorite. So the basically it shows, there was no, from what we could see on the video, there was no fighting. There was no, didn't seem to be any tension when they left. But you can see who was there and who got into what cars when they left. Now, when the red SUV went home, the driver of that one, he did say that, remember I told y'all he did lie to police and say, it seemed like he was trying to cover for Melly because he said he went back and picked him up, and then they proved that that wasn't true. I don't think that he was charged with lying or giving false statements or anything that I know of, but I didn't dig that far into it because there's so many papers on this that I've focused mostly on that. But we do know that he lied. The other thing is when they were going over the bullets and the trajectory, the back passenger seat, which is where we saw Melly getting in the car, the back passenger seat or the back passenger door was open when one of the shots was fired. So that supports the state's theory that, you know, if the kill shots came from inside and then they pulled over to where they found the glass and everything to try to stage it to look like the drive-by, that supports that theory, because if they opened, if he opened that door and then walked around to, you know, to do the shots, then he left his door open, and the trajectory shows that the bullet went into the door jamb. So the way that it went into the door jamb, it shows that the door was open. So that's a new piece of evidence that I had not heard yet on all of the papers. So that's a little bit hard to explain also, because if, again, you know, if they were driving, the door would not have been open all the way like that. And for it to be, you saw the picture from where it was, for it to have gone straight in like that, it would have had to be open all the way. So that doesn't look good either. Those little sticks, somebody said they look like the glow sticks. They look like they're the trajectory markers for the impact. Those show where they came from the back and then went straight to the front. That is also not consistent with a drive-by. That looks like they're standing outside of the car, shooting directly into it to break the glass and, you know, bullet holes and whatnot. Those are more than likely the from the autopsy. The way that it showed those going through the seat, those would be consistent with the ones on the autopsy where it said that it looked like they were slumped over when the bullets hit them. So that would make sense for those. So yeah, it's all of the evidence is looking like it's, you know, it was definitely a staged drive-by. Of course, we know that with the glass and the casings and all of that, but also now that we can see a little bit more of the trajectory stuff, you know, the thing about a drive-by is even if you're coming up, you know, if this is them and this is the car coming, even if you're coming up, you would have to be directly behind them to shoot the way that those bullets went, and then come up and shoot on the side with the passenger door open. It you know, it completely debunks that theory. I don't know what their story is going to be now, but it's not looking so good right now. As far as motive, there's only rumors. We don't know. State has not mentioned one, and they don't have to technically mention one or prove one. So we're not really sure. There are some rumors about it being over money. There's some rumors about, I saw a video with his mom who was saying something about being threatened with a gun, and that her gun was bigger. So there's rumors about this all being about Sack Chaser threatening with a gun. There's rumors about there being naked pictures sent back and forth between one of the victims and Melly's girlfriend. So there have been, you know, multiple rumors, but nothing stated from the prosecution on what they think it is. But again, they don't have to prove motive. They have to prove that it happened. Motive is just something that jurors want to know. Helps them make more sense of stuff. So let's see if they answer a couple questions, and then I'm going to take a little break for a few minutes. Go check on Lucy. She's out there playing with my mom's dogs right now and probably getting spoiled by my mama. Oh, change the pin. Yeah, I have to do it on my phone. I had it up on my phone instead of up on this. Let's see. Unpin. Did the door bullet holes show coming into the car or going out by the shape of the holes? The ones that are on the side that we saw show going in, but the ones that were visible in those pictures. But I know that we're going to hear more about that later because based on I don't know. We're going to have to hear more about where all of them came from. They're going to go into that more in detail, I know, because when they bring out some of the pictures that I've seen of the trajectory stuff that they did, I know that they're going to go into great detail about that during that time. So we'll hear more about the ones that are very obvious. You can see that they're going inside, but they're all kind of right there lined up. So I'll see. It'll be interesting to see, where they find the other ones that were allegedly shot from inside the car, which I know that they looked for those based on and matched them up kind of with how the autopsy report was too. So, let's see. Any others? I thought they were shot inside. No, red car was not involved. Red car was just at the studio and then went home. And the location data shows that when he went home, he did not come back out. This is actually a perfect time to catch up because they are at lunch right now, and we've got just over an hour before they come back. So that will be perfect time to catch up. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, the Francois guy is the manager. The rental car was in his name. And then they said something about, I'm going to go back and listen to this in just a second too. They said something about the storage unit and Mr. Francois' storage unit and gun stuff. I'm curious to see, defense does not have to provide an alternate theory or alternate suspect, but again, it's one of those things that you don't have to do, but it always helps a jury because, juries want somebody to blame. It's just the nature of how it works. And so a lot of times, even if they don't come out and say it, which you're not really allowed to just be like, hey, I bet it was that guy. But if they, lead them down a path to believe that it could be a different theory, then, that helps the jurors to make more sense of it and give them more doubt. But I'm really curious to see where they go with this, like how they can explain some of this away. So it'll be very interesting. No, I don't think Kanye is going to testify, and he wouldn't have much to add to all of this with him not being there. Let's see. But look, you know what? You never know. He's not on the witness list, but who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Well, and see, the thing about that is that, Hack's name got dropped because there was evidence, like he got the text, they sent him a text, giving Travis's address and that type of thing. And I have my own theories about that, but theories are just theories. So I'll keep them to myself so that I don't tarnish someone's good name. Well, I don't know if that's a good name. Let's see. Okay. I love it when I hear views that are different. I would like to hear, okay, so Fatty says Melly didn't do it, that they found one shell casing in the vehicle. That one ain't killed them too. That one ain't killed them too, but they did find hella bullets coming in from the outside. This trial is weak. So I'm curious as to what you think happened then. Like, I would like to know, because I like to understand other perspectives. So I would like to know, if you feel like the case is weak, how do you explain, like, or in your mind, like how you think it's weak that the cell phone data of him being with them the whole time, that part's weak, and that the him being with them until right before the hospital and all of that stuff. Like, I'm curious as to what your theory is on what happened. I like to understand other people's theories, because to me the evidence is building up and not looking great at all. I do try to keep an open mind, but it's not looking great. So I'm curious as to what you think. I like to understand. You hear the dogs? That's mine and my mom's two dogs. I think my mom ordered food, and I just heard her open the door, and the dogs are going nuts. Let's see. Everything keeps moving. I just saw where somebody asked me to read their question above, but now I don't even see that one, and I don't see the other question. I try to get as many as I can, but let's see. Yeah, pups are going nuts. That's the state's theory that he shot them from the inside. Those were according to autopsy, those were the kill shots. And then they got outside of the car and shot up the car to make it look like a drive-by. That's the state's theory. And right now, with that being the state's theory, all the evidence that we're seeing is supporting that theory. Let's see. You think Borland shot back? Interesting. Shot back at who? If Melly's phone was in the car but not him, that could be reasonable doubt if he had not been in communication with other people while he was doing everything. Like, he's got communication going and steps. I think there's step data showing that his phone and Bortland's were both moving, but not necessarily like that Bortland had his phone in his pocket type of moving, but that there was movement from both. And then his phone was out before they got to the hospital, like not long before they got to the hospital. So, because that would normally be the first thing that they said is like, well, just because, that would be the first defensive thing is, just because his phone was there doesn't mean he was, but they already know that he was communicating with other people while he had his phone, and that he got out of the car and called his girlfriend to come pick him up and said that he was the victim of a drive-by. All right, let's see. One had a headshot and the other a neck shot. Do you think they were shot 1, 2, and then it was staged? Yes, that is the theory. And we still don't know motive. Alrighty, let's see. All right, we've got exactly 1 hour. I'm going to take a little break, but we will come back in just a second. Let me get my little timer up. And I'll come back early and we can answer some more questions, and I'll show y'all some of the pictures that we did and stuff too, but I want to take a little bit of a break. But I'm going to be watching y'all, making sure chat's behaving. I'm going to be sitting here watching y'all eating my food. All righty, let's see. Oops. All right, there we go. Now let's hit start. So we got about an hour. So I am going to take a little break, and then I will be back in just a few minutes. But like I said, I'll be watching chat. Y'all behave. Let's all be nice to each other. And I will see y'all in a few minutes.
But when you're looking like that, and it makes my head stop, and I can't have it like that, so please don't go. Ooh. I won't make it alive if I live 관심은 환영이에요. 팽팽한 월시 위를 당기다가 누우면 저기 날아가.
like I'm in a cage. The walls, they keep closing in. I need a place where I can breathe. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I love seeing all the dancing. Hello. Polly Prissy Pants has a request for Spice Girls. Yes. Look, if I wasn't going to get a copyright strike for it, we could totally have some Spice Girls. Let's see. All right, I'm going to take our timer off because who needs a timer right now? Not us. We got other stuff to do. Let's see. I do have the picture dang, I wish I had my computer. It is a lot harder to share things and pull everything from here as opposed to my house, because my big setup, I have everything where I need it. Let's see. All right, there's the picture that I was going to show y'all that I posted. I don't know if I have it on my laptop. Oh, I have it on my Twitter. I have it on my Twitter. Let me pull up my Twitter. Somewhere. Here it is. Okay. So this is for everybody that keeps asking, this is the positioning of everybody in the car. The back passenger seat is where they're saying Melly was. And, well, it's not where they're saying he was. It's where we saw him get in. That's where he got in at the studio. We saw him get in the back passenger seat. And then, of course, Portland was driving. Sack Chaser in the front passenger, and Juvie in the rear passenger. The red is where the bullets were for their drive-by. So take a good look. This has been one of the biggest questions for whatever reason. Let's see. The maps, I can do those too, yeah. Okay, so this is the hospital where they went. This is where they said they came from, that this was their route, and that the shooting happened along this route, but that's not what happened. So up here, here's the hospital. This is where their actual route was, and they went over kind of edge of town, went around this way. So that's how they basically were able to find the location where the actual shooting happened and where they found the casings and the shattered glass and all that nonsense. And that would be consistent with them finding that before we went to lunch break, when they said the one bullet had to have entered the door where Melly was sitting. It had to have entered that door with the door open. That would be consistent with them pulling over where they were and shooting the car to make it look like a drive-by. So we'll see what they say about it. I will try to get some more stuff. We'll try to get some more stuff together to show y'all for tomorrow if I have a chance tonight. Let's see. People just come in and say anything. Yeah, they were okay. So the ones that were the two victims, he was friends with, I think he was friends with Juvie since kindergarten, and he was friends with Sack Chaser since 8th grade, is what I think what they said when I was reading all this stuff. I've read so much on him in the past few past few weeks. But that's that. All right, we can go back. We've still got a few minutes. Yeah, the kill shots themselves, I'm not sure. I don't know if they will go over some more of that. While we're listening. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm doing 4 things at once before we get started. So I don't know if they'll go over more of that. I'm sure the state has their theory, so we'll hear it at some point, but I don't know where exactly they were when they believe the kill shots were fired. Let's see. The other bullets were on passenger side, and one is in the door jamb on the back driver side. Yes, the one on the door jamb on the back driver side is because the door was where Melly is shown where he was sitting. That door was open when those shots were fired. Another thing too that I think is important to think about too, when we were looking at the trajectory of the bullets coming from the back, did you notice that all the bullets were going pretty much straight forward? So if this were a drive-by, it would, and it was shot through the glass, that you would have to be right behind them, like in a car directly behind them, shooting straight forward for it to go like that. So, and then to do that and then pull up next to them. But the problem with that is the bullets that were fired from behind, when you look at the trajectory of where they hit and then compare that to the autopsy, it shows that those hit them after they were already dead and hunched over because they were dead. So if it were a drive-by, the first shots that would have happened would have more than likely been the ones from the back, because they would have come up on them. And by the time they were shooting from behind, they were already dead. Last warning for the nonsense, just FYI. All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff. I tell you, one of the best videos that I've seen was Patrick CC has a really great video on YouTube, and goes over a lot of information. And that one helps a lot with helping to kind of understand everything if you don't know that much about it yet. Let's see. She's over here laid out. She's been out there playing with my mom's dogs, and now she's exhausted. Yeah, his I was reading the some of the stuff about his social. He was very, very active on social media, and I think some of his people are still handling some of his stuff now. Okay, so it depends. His actual name is Henry Cortland with a C, but they do not want to put C's in anything, so they replace the C's with B's. So, like, even when he said there was a text that was supposed to be basically, I'm at the crib, but it was, I'm at the brib. They won't use C's. They replace all of their C's with B's because of blood and Crips stuff. They don't want any C's. But yeah, Henry Cortland is his name. Let's see. Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. are the victims, and their families are in court today. He is charged with accessory after the fact because he lied about, everything, really. So he's charged with murder and also accessory after the fact. Let's see. He says that he has two personalities, but it's more like this is not like dissociative identity disorder, two personalities. This is more like alter ego type personality. He says it's mixed personality. And he says Melly is the one everybody loves, and he's like Michael Jackson is what he compared it to. And said he's, happy and loving and all that good stuff. And he said Melvin is the one who he only lets come out at night, and when he's angry, that's when Melvin comes out, and that type of thing. I cannot remember how long he was out. I had all of that in my notes. I have it at my house. But I don't remember exactly how long it was. I know that he was arrested in, I believe, February of 2019. This happened in October. I don't know. I said it in the recap video, but I had my notes with me then, and I can't remember. I try to remember as much of this as I can, but if y'all had any idea how many cases and things I'm following, some stuff I can retain, and some of it I need all of my notes. Yeah, he had, we talked about this a little bit earlier today. He did 1 year in jail and was expelled because he shot at 3 people in the parking lot of a school. So he was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of discharging a firearm. He did 1 year, and while he was locked up for that 1 year, that's when he wrote the song Murder on My Mind that he became most known for. let's see. But the majority, like the rest of his, he was in jail for violating parole because of the Murder on My Mind song, because it was so graphic. But other than that, he had the majority of his, time that he did was for marijuana. And I think there was, if I remember right, I had all this on the intro video, but a couple times marijuana. And I know he had, I think, firearm ammunition or something was one of the charges, and some things like that. The only other violent crime that he was locked up for was the shooting. And then there was the one incident before all that happened when he was younger, that he took the knife to school, a big knife to school, and said that he was going to unalive himself and a girl there. Let's see. Yeah, call Dr. Lewis. I don't think Dr. Lewis is going to want to testify in any more trials anytime soon. Lady in Gray, 1 month membership. Welcome to your 1 month anniversary. We're going to add this back. I'm going to take mine off. I think we're coming back. I do know he was diagnosed bipolar. There's an interview that I saw too where he was talking about how, he's been infatuated with guns since a very early age. I think, if I remember right, I think he said he found like one of his uncle's guns or something under a couch. Yeah, this is something we went over in the video too. In my intro video to everything, he was, or she was only 14. And they moved around a good bit, and I think, they've stayed very close, but, they're also close in age. Like, she was in one of his videos carrying a big old gun. Megan, my baby is going to be 20 in a couple of months, and he moved out too. But he lives in my same condo complex. He lives like one building over and 2 floors down, so I still get to see him. But I ain't got to do his laundry. Yeah, SCP, I would just say, let's just Google that one. I don't want to get... Yeah. Yeah, let's just Google that one. Better for that answer to come from somebody other than chat where they flag us. Let's see.
All rise. Circuit Court of Broward County is on session. The Honorable Judge John Murphy presiding. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Gary, check out yours.
Yes, sir.
Sure. How are you, sir?
Good. You have your lunch yet?
Had a good lunch.
And yeah.
Terrible. So, Your Honor, there is an issue that you need to raise. And you had asked if when we have a stipulation ready, and it occurred to us that we should confer with our client before agreeing to a stipulation. We have, and he does not agree to stipulate the identity. We do maintain our objection based on the case law. We also contend that it is not credible that over the course of 4 years, there's nobody on this planet can be found to make the identities in question. So we maintain our objection to the identifications being made through the witnesses that the state proposes, as indicated on the record already, sidebar, and we decline to stipulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's that little mini door. I saw it when they did it. That's what the seal noise is. That.
Your Honor, let me just, I'm sorry, Ms. Bradley.
Counsel stepped out.
She did.
You ready?
Here's the restaurant right now.
So apparently, entered the courtroom and is sitting with Melly's mom.
Go one or two.
Right.
Oh my gosh. So loud. I guess so. He's sitting with Melly's mom.
Okay, good. Good. Josh, you ready to proceed? Yes. Yes, all right, bring him in.
Jury entry.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Evans, his counsel, the assistant attorneys, our witness remains on the stand, and I'm sure you all had a nice lunch. I think when you broke off, you were still on your direct examination of the witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you wish, you may continue with your examination of Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Okay, Investigator Carter, we talked a little bit about some of the swabs that you collected. With permission, may I approach?
Yes.
It's been previously shown to defense and marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that packaging?
It is the packaging for evidence of the earmark of this department in my handwriting.
And the items that are indicated on the front of that, are those items you collected yourself?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, did you see me cutting them open as you were sitting on the witness stand just a couple of moments ago?
Yes, I did.
If you take an opportunity to look at the two items that are inside, and you need to,
Yes.
if you do, gloves are there. Don't put them in there yet. Review them, see if they're And are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
Here at this time, the state requesting the state's FF into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be admitted.
States FF will be states 32.
Thank you.
And investigative recorder, do you still have those gloves on? Ah, sorry. Could I bother you to come here so we can do it on the screen so everybody can see? With your permission, maybe we can step down, Your Honor?
You may sit down, sure.
Thank you. If you just publish them one at a time. And so, and if you could identify them by the G or item number.
The G number is G65. It is the swabs from the rear driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep Trailhawk.
Okay, and is there identifying information to show what the tag number was and the Miramar case number on each of these?
On the swab box, yes, the case number is noted there.
Okay. And could you translate the time, please, to normal time for military?
That would be 5:30.
Okay. And if you would publish the second swab that is in there.
This would be G64.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
G64.
Thank you.
And the UV swabs from the front driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep.
Again, is it the same tag number that was on the photos that you took earlier?
Yes.
And is it the same time that you collected the other one?
Just before.
Speak up just a little bit louder from this.
Just before the other one.
Okay. And if you could put that one back in here. Now, before you leave, on the back of this, there are labels in terms of, does each label have an ID or evidence number or G number on it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume your seat. I will have to ask you to look at a couple more things before I keep those gloves on. Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize anything on the outside of this bag?
I do not believe so.
Okay. If you would be so kind as to look inside at the manila envelope, and just look at that, you can take it out, just look at it. Do you recognize the case number on that particular item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna get you scissors so you can open that one up.
Could you imagine if his hair was long, like those thick curls? Like, I would kill for hair like that. Wrong thing to say at a murder trial. I'm not saying I would actually kill for. I'm saying I would like to have.
Do you recognize that item?
I have hair envy.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
Okay, is then that in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that specific item?
This is a swab box containing swabs from the front driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, if you would place it back in there. And that was composite GG. Put it back in there with those other items. Thank you. I'm now approaching with what's been marked as states HH for for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and my handwriting.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state requesting the state's HH in and permission to publish.
HH only, correct?
HHGG is just foundation at this point.
Thank you. Is there any objection? No. It'll be admitted.
And investigator, if you'd be so kind as to step down again and publish it at the green screen, thank you.
States HH will be marked States 33.
If you'd be so kind as to publish. And what item number or G number is assigned to this particular item?
This is G67. And this is swabs from the rear driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, and the time of collection on this one?
Would be 5:36
And on what date?
on 10/26,
Okay.
2018.
Mr. Krebs. Okay, thank you. Resume your seat.
He does remind me of like late 80s, early 90s Tom Selleck. Look how thick his hair is though. Like I'm really envious of that.
So, investigator Brandi now showing you what's been previously marked as states II for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And if you want to look inside and verify that it is what it says it is. Before you take it out, send it out if possible.
Yes, it is.
And what is that?
A plastic bag.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state would request it states II into evidence and published to the jury.
Is there any objection? No, sir. It'll be admitted. You may publish.
States II will be marked States 34.
Investigator Carter, would you be so kind as to take it out and hold it up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Where did this item come from?
This item came from the rear driver's side floorboard of the vehicle.
Thank you. If you could please place it back in the packaging. Investigator Curran now showing you what's been previously shown to defense and marked for identification purposes only as states JJ. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my handwriting on it denoting the item that's inside.
Okay. Is
And
it,
the case number.
and is that, have your evidence seal on it?
Correct.
Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This item is the one spent casing the Blazer 40 SMW.
Yeah.
And photo marker 18.
Your Honor, this time the state is requesting move states JJ in.
No objection. It'll be admitted.
States JJ will be marked states 35.
And your clerk, I'd be so kind to have you step down and publish it. Thank you.
Looks like you're doing it on purpose to the microphones.
Do you recognize the handwriting on the back of that?
Yes, I do.
Whose is that?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Is that the same casing that you recovered?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you could please return it to its packaging. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now showing approaching with what's been previously marked as state KK for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Because it's an item that I photographed within the vehicle.
Okay. And if you want to take a scissors and open it up, if you would be so kind.
Take the scissors or their own microphone. I don't get it.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, and what is that item?
This is the Jeep unit.
Your Honor, this time the state requesting states KK into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States KK will be marked states 36.
I wonder if this is the stuff that he didn't want stipulated, or he wouldn't agree to do stipulations on. Because
And would you be so kind just to hold that up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
for them to have to go through all of this piece by piece is time consuming. Welcome, y'all joining us after lunch.
LL, I'm showing you for identification purposes only. There are multiple envelopes in that heat sealed packaging. Do you recognize your handwriting on any of those?
I do not believe so.
No.
Yeah, this is all like just time consuming stuff. Like this is not anything exciting yet. This is basically, I'm assuming this is what they were talking about, that they wouldn't agree to stipulations on. So they're making them go through all this. So they're having to say, did you swab this? Is this what you swabbed? Is this what it is? Are these your initials? Yes. Okay, next.
Yes.
Is this what you saw? Is this what you swabbed? Is this what you picked up? Are these your initials? So it's entering all this stuff into evidence, but it's basically establishing the chain of command. Or chain of
Nothing
custody.
further from this witness.
Thank you. Councilman Junquois, did I make this word?
Yes, please. How you doing, Mr. Sergeant?
Good yourself.
I'm a little tired. Thanks for asking. Let me ask you a few basic questions. You collected a whole bunch of items from this car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately how many items you collected?
I do not.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Oh my goodness. Maybe that's what it is, because there's some great hair in this pro. Yeah, the captions are trying their best on this trial, but they are failing miserably, but they're also entertaining.
Approximately how many items did you collect from this vehicle?
I believe 14. 14.
14 items?
Correct.
And the purpose of collecting those items was to have them processed, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about processing items, we're talking about attempting to get DNA on the items, off the items, correct?
We are trying to collect whatever is on the piece of evidence.
Okay. And you're really looking for either DNA or fingerprints, basically.
Correct.
And the reason for that is so that you can come in here and tell these folks who touched it, because no one has the same fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Or who may have touched it but left their DNA on it, because no one has the same DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You processed this car the day of the homicides. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What time did you get to the garage or wherever you were to process this vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
Yes. May I approach again?
Yes.
At 14:57 hours, I was requested to respond to the,
Translate that.
that would be 2:47, did I say?
I'm bad in that. That's why I became a lawyer.
2:57.
2:57.
Correct.
And what time did you leave, if you recall? Because it seems like you were there several hours.
PM is when I cleared the garage.
So how many hours was that, sir? From 2:57 to 9:30, you said?
2:57 to 9:30, about correct.
Okay, so that would be, what, about 7 hours?
About,
Give or take a few minutes?
correct.
And you had another fellow officer processing the car, half the car also, correct?
No, she was a crime scene technician, not an officer.
Okay. And she was processing the car also?
That is correct.
She stayed about the same amount of time?
I believe so.
So between the two of you, you spent about 14, 15 hours processing the Jeep?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of that was so that you could collect all the evidence that could help this jury decide who was in that car and who may have been involved, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the items you collected was a rental agreement, which you testified to, I think belonged to Jameson Francois, correct?
That's correct.
He is the person who rented the vehicle, according to those documents, correct?
The vehicle listed on the documents.
And that was the Jeep that you spent about 15 hours processing, correct?
I believe the paperwork showed another vehicle, not the Jeep.
The lighter that you destroyed, you of course processed that to see who touched the lighter before you destroyed it, correct?
That's correct.
No, this is cross now. The
Now, when
guy
you
is
collect an item,
defense.
do you use a different pair of gloves for each item?
That's correct.
And what is the purpose of that?
The purpose is to not cross-contaminate items.
So you must have used quite a few gloves going through the Jeep in these 15 hours, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And you did a thorough search of this Jeep from the front all the way to the back, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other officers or CSI or any detectives going back to that vehicle and searching it again?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned something about swabbing certain items. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
And that was, again, to look for DNA on those particular items, correct?
Correct.
And each time you did a swabbing of an item, you took the old gloves off and you put the new gloves on, correct?
That's correct.
And when you collected the Gatorade bottle and the various items, each time you collected the Gatorade bottle, you used a pair of gloves, then on the water bottle, you used a different pair of gloves, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
You also mentioned something about latent fingerprints. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a latent fingerprint is something that usually is not visible to the eye, correct?
With a blue lighting, you can see sometimes on some surfaces.
But normally, a latent fingerprint you're looking for is a print that's not visible to the naked eye, correct?
Not fully correct.
Okay, correct me. Where am I wrong?
I was saying if you use a blue lighting on certain surfaces, a latent fingerprint can be visible.
Okay. As a lay citizen, if I'm not carrying a blue light, would you see the fingerprint on a particular item?
What item are we talking about?
Any item. If it's a latent fingerprint, would you see the fingerprint if I didn't have the blue light?
Yes.
You could. What we're talking about is if I touch this jury rail like this, you could process it even though we don't see any fingerprint. And you could lift possibly a fingerprint or an impression of a fingerprint from it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you could take this and say, guess what? Stu touched this. That's me. Correct?
Correct.
And that's what you're looking for.
Correct.
Oh. You don't do the comparisons.
No, I do not.
Someone else does.
Correct.
And that's why there are these various facts.
Repeat that, sorry.
That's why there are these various evidence bags, because they're sent to someone else to do the processing for lighting fingerprints and DNA, right?
Correct.
When you left, after you and your fellow workers spent about 15 hours going over this car, you collected all physical evidence and processed that car complete, right?
Correct.
You were never asked to go back to that vehicle?
Not that I recall.
I gotta ask you one other question, if I may. There was a photograph in Exhibit 30 that displayed Detective Moretti reading the search warrant. You remember that?
Yes.
Who is he reading?
To us.
You.
Correct.
And he read it from start to finish?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Carol?
Okay, yeah, I could see Ron Burgundy playing him in the TV movie. Or Tom Selleck.
Can we redirect this witness?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one second, excuse me.
All right, now we're on redirect.
Restroom, Judge? All right, we need a restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, put down your notepads. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case.
Already? We just
Don't
came
allow
back.
anyone to discuss the case in presence, certainly no research. Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Jamell was defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel? No, sir. How about you, Mr. Dempsey? You're up for praise. Good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
There's our seal.
Okay.
That's okay, I can smile it. I don't want to get business. No.
Looks like he's singing again. Okay, so I said this in chat, but think about somebody that like you would look at that you'd be like, they would never do this. Like, let's say that they're somebody is accused of this that you know, somebody that you would like, nope, they would never do it. You would have to prove it to me for me to believe it. That's how we're supposed to go into every single trial. So this is only day 2. So for me, yeah, the evidence is looking bad, but they haven't proved anything. So, you know, you can be thinking that, you know, everybody gets to have your own opinions. Everybody's allowed to think what you think for whatever reason. But as far as like, you know, by letter of the law and how the jury, you know, how the jury is concerned, you're supposed to go into everything, you know, presuming that they are innocent. It's the state's burden to prove it to you that they did it. So for me personally, they haven't proven anything yet. The evidence does look bad. If this were a civil case where the burden of proof is it's more likely that he did it as opposed to him not doing it, and that's the only burden of proof, then yeah, like if this were a civil case, then yeah, I could see this being guilty as of now. But again, it's only the second day. But when the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt and they have to prove that they did it beyond a reasonable doubt, then I haven't seen that yet. He smiles a lot, but I'll say this too. From what I was reading, he is I know he was on lockdown for a while and only had 1 hour out of his cell every day and stuff like that. So look, being in court in a comfortable chair for him is, might be nerve-wracking, but at least he's getting to see a bunch of people that he knows, which is probably, comforting, at least in a, at least in the sense that think about when was the last time he was in a room where he got to see a bunch of his loved ones all at once. Let's see. And a lot of that too might be, because he knows that there's a bunch of eyes on him, entertainers are going to entertain. So it could be a show. Let's see. Yeah, he's been fidgeting a little bit too. That is true. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. I was behind a little bit. Yes, I'm at my mom's. I'm in her guest room right now. Looks like I'll be here the next 2 days. I think they'll be done. I think I get to. They'll be done Friday. She looks like his attorney looks like that actress. Somebody posted on Twitter yesterday. She was in something. I can't remember. Whoever it was that posted on Twitter. Like an old I think it's like an old courtroom drama thing, or law and crime type, or law and order type thing, or something like that. And ever since I saw that picture, whoever posted it, now I can't unsee it. That's all I see. Wait, Conor McGregor punched a mascot at the game? Where did I? At what game? I haven't heard about this. I've been too deep into trial stuff. I want to know what game, what mascot. Yeah, I'll have to Google it when we finish. He put him in the ER?
Jury entering.
Yikes.
Then Joe, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants and the counsel, the assistant state attorney, the government jury, or witness. Ms. Carter, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you want to finish with your redirect examination tonight.
Yes, Your Honor. So Investigator Carter, drawing your attention to States 30, that you indicated in questioning by defense counsel, you believe that a different type of car was indicated on this rental agreement?
That is correct.
And was the vehicle that you analyzed a 2018 Jeep Compass?
Yes.
The vehicle that's listed on this enterprise receipt in the name of James and Francois is what?
2018 Nissan.
Counsel asked you about being able to see fingerprints with the naked eye, and said something about a blue light. Did you say blue?
I did not.
What did you say?
I said oblique lighting.
And can you explain what oblique lighting is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oblique lighting is when you pass light over a surface, say this countertop, and say the possible latent fingerprints on this countertop. If you pass a light at an angle that is almost parallel with the surface, the oils are visible, the dips and valleys of the oils are visible to the naked eye, much like if you look at your cell phone screen, you can see fingerprints with the light of your skin.
So can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a latent print impression?
A latent fingerprint impression is a fingerprint that is either unviewable to the naked eye or mostly viewable, which is then processed to be able to view better.
And what do you do to process it to make it view better?
You can use several different types of chemicals or processes. The most common is black fingerprint powder.
When a fingerprint is collected, can you put a timestamp on when it arrived on a surface?
No, I cannot.
Is there things that you take into account into environmental conditions as to whether or not you would find it?
Objection, lady.
Is there over? You can answer.
Is there any environmental conditions you take into account when trying to process for fingerprints?
Yes, when a surface is wet, possibly with humidity, different processes could be used to collect those fingerprints. Black fingerprint powder does not work on wet surfaces, and you can use what's called SPR, also known as small particle reagent, which is then sprayed over a surface, which then adheres to the oils on the wet surface.
With regards to talking about surfaces, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury which surfaces are ideal and which are less than ideal for recovering fingerprints?
The best surface that you can add to recover fingerprints would be a smooth, non-porous surface, and other surfaces that are porous that can be processed for latent prints, but requires extra chemicals and different processes that would for a smooth surface.
What about fabric?
Fabric, yeah.
CSI drawing on that?
Sorry?
CSI, the TV show drawing on that?
Sometimes.
With regards to DNA, when you see DNA with the naked eye,
Yeah, we can.
so how do you determine what areas to process?
The different areas you go through the process of elimination on the thought process of what is possibly been touched. I am taking swabs to see if there's DNA or there is no DNA. And you are merely collecting what is there.
In terms of the other evidence in this case, have you reviewed a surveillance footage before you collected the DNA swabs in this case?
No.
Have you ever seen a surveillance footage of anything in this case?
Objection beyond the scope.
Over,
So have you ever seen the surveillance footage in this case?
No.
No?
No.
Nothing else, Chairman?
anything else to this witness? No?
Yeah.
Is he excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down, you're excused. Go ahead, next witness.
Sarah Carroll?
All right, let me unpin it. I have to do this on my phone. Unpin. See, it's that thing. That's the thing that keeps giving us the squeal noise. You can tell I'm so tired because I was starting to type on the stand, but I put on the phone. Not on the phone. On the stand. Yeah, there wasn't much to question him about, though. He's just basically foundational stuff. Collecting evidence and all that.
Carol,
Yes.
welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up, please. When you get your witness stand, you put your things down. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand, you swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tara Carroll,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TARACARROR.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Carroll, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're all set?
All set.
Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carroll. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Where do you work?
At Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked with Miramar Police Department?
I've been there now almost 7 years.
And what do you do with the Miramar Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required another training as well.
Okay, so I want to go through some of the training that you've done over the years.
Okay.
Starting in 2012, was that part of your degree that you talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what years did you attend and what college did you attend to get your degree?
That was Kaiser University, and it was 2012 to 2014. And we took what was considered core classes. So those were all hands-on training classes.
Were all of your courses at Kaiser University with regards to crime scene and forensics?
Most of them, yes.
Once you were employed with the Miramar Police Department, you said you did continuing training.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend classes in crime scene reconstruction?
I did.
Did you attend classes in bloodstain documentation collection methods?
Yes, ma'am.
Firearms and tool marks?
Yes.
Collecting footwear and tire impressions?
Yes.
Latent fingerprints and
Yes.
fingerprint identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do crime scene imaging?
I did.
Did you attend classes with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Incident Command?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct new hire training with crime scene when you first came on to Miramar?
A couple of years in, then I would train some of our new hires.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that first initial crime scene training is.
Training the.
At Miramar, when you first came on, what were you trained in, processes, procedures?
Okay, yes, we were trained in documenting, processing, and collecting evidence, but it was a 4-month training. So we basically shadowed whoever was working that day, and we were on 24/7 on call for 4 months straight.
So with regards to that, the individual that you were shadowing, do you recall who that was?
It was a couple different people, my supervisor, Michael Kelly, my coworker, Lisa Cruz.
And so with regards, you said Michael Kelly is your supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
Has he been your supervisor the entire time you've been in crime scene?
He has.
After you finished your training, did you then begin casework as a crime scene investigator?
I did. At that time, I was considered a crime scene technician until I was certified and then became a crime scene investigator.
So what's the difference between a crime scene technician and a crime scene investigator?
It is the certification. It's a actually worldwide certification through the International Association of Identification. It's a prestigious forensic network.
And with the International Association of Identification, is there proficiency testing that is done?
What do you mean by proficiency?
Do you have to take coursework and show that you are able to do the work that you are certified?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We had to have a certain amount of training hours. I believe it was maybe 120 of their certified trainings. And then you also had 2 college textbooks, pretty big books that we were tested on. We had 100 question tests as well.
No. As a crime scene technician or crime scene investigator, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Are you a civilian employee?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to draw your attention back to October 26th of 2018.
Okay.
Did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I became involved, I believe it was the day after, when there was a search warrant obtained for a gray Jeep.
She does look just like her. Like, she's beautiful. She looks just like I Dream of Jeannie. Ponytail,
I
everything.
apologize, I hit the wrong button.
That's who's playing her in the movie.
Okay, going back to October 26th of 2018, were you asked to assist crime scene technician or crime scene investigator Christopher Carter executing a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. When you got that call and you responded to the West substation, what were you assigned to do?
I was assigned to assist him in processing the vehicle.
Did you collect swabs of DNA?
I did.
What side of the car were you responsible for?
I was responsible for the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you also collect latent fingerprints?
I did.
And what side of the car were you responsible for the latent fingerprints?
That was the driver's side. I did the latent.
While you are on scene and processing the items that you collected, are you taking photographs on scene during the search warrant of the Jeep?
Christopher was taking the photographs, yes.
That was your job to take photographs at the lab?
Yes, I took photographs of whatever I collected.
And so is there a specific reason why you take your photographs and he takes his?
We've always done it that way, that's just the policy.
Okay. Showing defense counsel, they previously had an opportunity to go through, states MM for identification purposes. Investigator Carroll, did you have an opportunity to review the photos in the USB here prior to coming into court?
I did.
Did those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you processed at the lab after they were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that those photos are the same that's on that USB?
Because I initialed the USB.
Here, at this time, the state would request to submit the state's MM into evidence and publish to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No objections.
They'll be admitted. How many photographs are there?
Just one moment, Your Honor, I think 37, but I'm going off memory.
States MM, marked states 37.
24, I apologize, 24 photos.
Positive 24 photographs. Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
I got it.
Oh yeah, do we know our sidebar count? Are we at like 9?
So that you can see the image in front of you on the screen as well.
Yes.
Okay, so the item 1 that's on there, what's the purpose of that item 1?
One would be the photo marker, so that would explain, once you look back at the photos of the search warrant, every piece of evidence that was collected is marked with a number. So you would see a cone or some sort of photo marker. So that's what was noted as photo marker 1.
The liquids that are in these bottles, are they maintained by the Miramar Police Department?
No, so we did, I believe there was a sample of the liquid taken out of the Zephyr Hills bottle, but no, we don't submit liquids to property and evidence.
Going on to the next photo, this was found at what photo marker?
At number 2.
Moving on to photo marker number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Where this was found in what area of the Jeep?
May I refer to my report?
Please, if that would help, or refresh your recollection.
What's that say? Jungle something? What's that? GARE? CAR?
Number 3 was found on the front passenger side floorboard.
Oh, cake. Jungle cake.
And item number 3, we're still looking at that same number. What is this photo showing?
Usually we'll photograph the front side and then again the back side.
The green leafy substance that is visible in this photograph, was that submitted for testing at the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to item number 4. Were these items collected from that same Jeep?
From the same Jeep, yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the receipt, are you familiar with the Fountains of Miramar?
I am.
And the Chick-fil-A indication restaurant on the top of that. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is in the city of Miramar?
If I'm correct, the Fountains would be out west. I'm not exactly sure the names of the streets.
Okay. And in terms of the date and time on this receipt, is this clearly and accurately depict this photograph, how the receipt looked when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what date is on there?
October 25th, 2018 at 11:20 a.m.
Okay. On item number 4, you indicated this would be the backside of any of those items?
Yes.
Item number 5, is this depict how you found this in the Jeep?
Yes,
Item number 6,
yes.
and do you recall where these were found, this item?
I believe it was in the, like the cubby of where the handle on the door was.
Item number 7,
Yes.
what are we looking at in item number 7?
That would be a projectile.
Item number 8, do you recall collecting these items?
I do.
And where were they found? If you need to refresh your
Yes.
recollection, if there's anything that would, please do so silently to yourself and look up when you're done.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have listed the location of that. It was on the passenger side, I just, I would have to see an overall photo, I'm not going to know for sure.
So in terms of wherever photo marker number 8 was,
Yes.
the yellow cone or placard.
Exactly, exactly.
The green leafy substance in this one by photo number 8, was that also sent to the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we stipulate that that's marijuana, just leave it on.
So then, in terms of that, that stipulate to the introduction of states LL.
I stipulate that it's marijuana, I didn't stipulate to its introduction, I'm object to its relevance.
So with regards to.
Sidebar, please, Rick.
Sidebar, cover your ears. I can mute it if we're watching. Sidebar. What are we on, number 10? Is that right? Goodness. Yeah, they want to stipulate that it's weed, but not, they're still holding up their objection to the relevance of everything, it seems like. Marijuana is legal here with a medical card, but not recreational.
One second, counsel.
Thank you, Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, when lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that
Thanks.
correct stipulation, counsel?
That is correct, sir.
State?
So accepted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to
Yeah.
photo marker number 9.
That's not
Did you
dispensary.
document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 21?
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why?
because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked into evidence.
Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car did this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. Want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
So this is now
So
item
projectile
25.
under
What are we looking at here?
the driver's.
Yes, ma'am. This was a combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Yes,
again?
if you need to.
Behind the front passenger seat.
The phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to that phone?
I don't recall it. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to item 27. Did you recover that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify, take a
Yes,
moment to refresh
please.
recollection, please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
The photographs that we just went through, were those taken on October 31st of 2018? And if would looking at the data on the phone or on the photos themselves on the screen help you?
Oh, yes. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
So after you took those photos and you documented all of those items, did you then try and process items for latent prints that were recovered from the car?
Yes.
How do you do that?
To process for latent prints, we will usually start with a fresh pair of gloves. I'll place the item on a fresh pair of piece of butcher paper. And then we use Lin PD black powder and fiberglass brush.
And in terms of once you get the latents, what do you do to determine whether they are of value or not of value?
Okay, so once we lift them and we'll place them on a lift card, which has the information on the back, the print on the front, then I'll usually pass it by my supervisor, see if he thinks it's a good enough quality to submit. And as long as he agrees, then we submit it to the DSO lab for analysis.
Does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house fingerprint analysis?
No.
In terms of, in this case, did you process all of the little blue round containers containing cannabis?
I processed the ones that we showed here, yes, in the pictures.
And in terms of finding latent prints, any that you found would have been submitted?
May I look at my report again? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward to February 6th of 2019.
Okay,
On that date, did you collect glass from the Jeep?
I did.
What was the purpose of collecting the glass?
There was glass found at a scene out on US 27. So in order to determine that it was the same glass that came from the Jeep, they had collected that glass from the scene, and I went to collect the glass from the Jeep, from different parts of the Jeep, so then we could then send it off to FDLE for analysis.
So I want to start with showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes. What's been previously shown to the fence prior to
Gosh, she looks so much like Jeannie.
Okay, showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes and shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
It's my handwriting.
Are they what are they?
They are the latent lift cards from the vehicle. So those would be the actual cards that I told you that the print would be on the front and information on the back.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you lifted them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request new states into evidence.
No objections, sir.
They'll be admitted.
States in will be marked states 38.
And approach with what's been previously shown as states LL. Do you recognize the items in states LL?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
The heat sealed packaging with the green label on that, is that done by the Miramar Police Department?
No, it's not.
The other items inside, are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states LL into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States LL will be marked states 39.
This is all just
Approaching and showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled for
entering in all of
identification
this
purposes
stuff.
only as states O. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That appears to be latent, the cards.
Are those in your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Still
Are
direct.
they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states OO into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
There's just not a lot to
States
comment
will be
on with
marked
this because it's
states
just
40.
time consuming. They're just going through everything they found, how they found it, when they found it.
Now
Yes, she
showing
found it.
defense counsel
entering it in evidence.
previously marked as states P for identification.
So like right now she's saying that she collected glass from the Jeep because there was glass on the side
Showing
of
now, Ms.
US
Carroll, what's
27.
been marked as states PP for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's also in my handwriting.
And is that item something you collected?
It is.
What is it?
There was a rental agreement for the Jeep and another receipt for a phone repair out of the glove box of the Jeep.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states double P into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States double P will be marked states 41.
Yeah, this is all foundational stuff. Like she can say that she collected the glass, but she's not the witness is going to come be like, yes, I tested it and this matches
Showing
this glass, this
counsel
matches this glass. So
what's been
it's all
marked as
foundational stuff.
Q,
It's just,
Q.
it's necessary, but it's not the most interesting stuff. And there's not really a whole lot to
That's your
comment
current
on.
showing you
Make
what's
more
been marked as
interesting.
states Q Q for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Also my handwriting.
What are those items?
These would be collection tins full of the glass fragments from the Jeep, from the separate areas of the Jeep.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in November of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'm sorry, February
February,
2019. My apologies. Your Honor, at this time, the state is requesting the states Q in.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
That's a composite of 3.
States QQ will be marked states 42.
They don't enter the evidence before the trial. It all has to be entered during the trial on the record.
I'm going to draw now showing defense counsel what's been marked as states S.
Opposing counsel has an opportunity to object.
Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you now has been marked for identification purposes only as states S.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
Also my handwriting and my initials.
Are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected those on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what those are?
Well, I see on the bag, it's 3 projectiles and I can hear them on the tins.
We don't know yet, but I seriously doubt it.
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, state your requesting of states S in.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
They'll be admitted.
States SS will be marked states 43.
They were also rappers, yes. They were all friends and in the same musical group.
Showing defense counsel. Ms. Carroll, I'm showing you it's been previously marked as states T
Yes,
for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting and I remember the item.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Isaac, that's because the last trial we watched,
States T into evidence?
they did very, very
It
little
will be admitted.
investigation. They didn't have a lot of evidence to enter in because
44.
they barely did any investigation.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes only. What's been marked as states U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
By my handwriting.
And what is that item?
These is the pair of sneakers that were found in the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. And are those the ones that you documented in the photos we looked at earlier?
The red ones, correct.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request permission to enter states U into evidence.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
States UU will be marked states 45.
See, they're entering all this
So
evidence,
going
but
forward,
we'll have somebody else telling us what
Investigator
they
Carroll,
found.
did there come an occasion in which you came into contact with the defendant, Jamell Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel that's been previously marked as states R. Investigator Carroll, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are
These would be buccal swabs of Mr. Demons.
they? And explain what buccal swabs are, please.
They are swabs of the inside of your cheek to obtain your DNA.
Are these in the same or
Buccal
substantially
swab.
same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify for the record who you collected these items, the swabs from?
From Mr. Demons.
And can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's sitting in the courtroom?
Yes, at the defendant's table with the navy blue suit and silver shirt.
Silver shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect an in-court identification of the defendant.
And as to states RR, the state will submit those now into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, they'll be admitted.
States RR will be marked States 46.
So Ms. Carroll, at this point, if I could ask you to bring some gloves and ask permission for her to step down to publish the items that have just been entered.
She's gonna be on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Garrett? On the screen?
That's true. When you've done enough of these, you're like, yes, yes, buckle swap, come on, bring it on, keep it going, keep it moving.
Garrett? Just the floor. Thank you.
But I mean, this is all necessary for it to be on the record. So. But these are like those witnesses that you wish you could watch in twice the speed.
Three projectiles, and I will get some for you. If you want to step to the podium back there. So I'll start by publishing State 43.
So loud.
Thank you. Just that. Is there an item number on each of these?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the item or group number is that's indicated on each of these property stickers?
The group number is basically just the item number. So each individual item that we collect gets an item number when it's put into property and evidence.
Are these stickers generated by property and evidence of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you could start with, and this is item number, you have it as 27. And would that correspond with the item number on your property receipt?
Yes, it would, and that's the photo marker number as well.
Okay. Maybe so kind just to publish. And then
This is-
inside of it as well?
Let's also put Lucy to sleep.
And so 27, that was the rear seat projectile.
Yes.
Okay.
Inside the seat.
Thank you. If you just want to move that one, close that one so they don't get confused, and you put that up to the side, go to the next one. And you show which this projectile is.
This is number 7, and that would be from the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. Be so kind as to open that up.
So that's the one where Melly, in the
Thank you.
floorboard where Melly was sitting.
And what item is this?
This is number 24, projectile front driver's side floorboard under the pedals.
Okay. Thank you so much. And if we could repackage those.
Oh my gosh.
And then next, if you would be so kind as to open the latent. And could you just pick one to show as a demonstrative to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the latent cards look like?
Sure. So this would be the front of the card with the tape where the actual lift happened. And we always initial down at the bottom. And then on the back of the card would give you the information, the date and time it was lifted, the address, and where it was lifted from.
Okay. And that would be the same for what's in the States 40 as well?
Yes.
Would you so kind as to show those?
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to the different sizes of the latent print cards?
Well, usually the larger cards would be used if there's maybe a couple fingers or something that would be larger than this actual card.
And be so kind, and again, to show on the smaller version how it's done.
Yes, so this would be the front with the tape. And the back with the information.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I'll put that in there. Thank you. Okay. Please resume your seat. Thank you.
Yeah, evidence in Travis's trial was entered throughout, but they had very, very little of it. So we didn't sit here and go through all of this. But it's like they can't say, oh, Melly's fingerprints were on the door. They have to say, I collected fingerprints from the car on this day. These are my initials.
March 1st
Whatever.
of 2019.
It's all foundational.
Were you asked to process a cell phone that was recovered here at the courthouse?
Yes, it was.
On March 1st of 2019, I'm sorry, the iPhone that you were, or the phone that you were requested to process, what type of phone was it?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
It was a Apple iPhone X, gold, rose, and color.
Did it have a distinctive serial number on that phone?
It did.
And what was that serial number?
It's FFNXHB1VPHF.
When you were provided that phone, what were you asked to analyze on it?
I was requested to both photograph and then process it for possible blood.
Did you do that?
I did.
With regards to the blood testing, what type of testing did you do?
I did Blue Star.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star?
Yes, Blue Star latent blood reagent is a chemical that we could spray on something that we presume may have had blood at one time. It could have even possibly been cleaned up. And if there was a presence of blood, it reacts with the hemoglobin, different chemicals, maybe with amino acids in the blood, and it fluoresces.
This rose gold iPhone X ending with the serial number of 1VPHF. Did it have any fluorescence or glow?
The results were negative.
With regards to the DNA swabs that were collected, does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house DNA processing?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes.
This is all necessary for the court record.
So I want to go back to November 28th of 2019.
Okay.
Were you present for a trajectory analysis?
I was.
In terms of your role in that analysis, what did you do?
I just assisted with placing the trajectory rods as well as labeling the rods.
Just the part I want to hear.
The path of the bullets.
This is the part
With
that's
regards
interesting.
To determinations of things coming outside of the car, what were you trying to establish?
The outside of the car, we were trying to establish basically, an approximate height of a shooter, as well as if there was any angles or exactly how the bullets hit the gun.
Did you do a shooting reconstruction?
No.
Is there a difference between those two?
Yes.
Are you trained and able to do a shooting reconstruction?
I am not trained for it, and we do not have the equipment for that. Yes.
So going on to later on in this investigation, have you had a chance to see that vehicle again since that processing?
Yes,
And were you made aware that additional agencies assisted in investigating that vehicle?
I was, yes.
Other projectiles were recovered that were not from the Miramar Police Department. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the Miramar Police Department couldn't get those projectiles out of the car?
Yes, in certain situations like that, you may have to take the car apart, basically, and we just simply don't have the type of equipment that would be needed for that.
Other than what we've talked about so far, does that complete and describe your involvement in the investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. Any cross-examination this witness?
Yes, sir, I'd just like to clarify a few things. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Let me start where you ended. Ms. Bradley alerted you to the fact that there were some projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle that you had not recovered during your processing of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And did you find them? And just when you processed the vehicle, you found them, but you weren't able to recover. Is that what we're trying to understand?
No, we collected everything we found.
Okay, so you didn't find it. It's not a situation where you found the existence of the projectiles, made note of them, but were unable to recover. You just didn't find them.
We didn't find them. We documented all the holes, but we did not go into the metal or tear apart the seats looking for them, yes.
Okay, but so you're saying the projectiles that you did not find were in holes, the existence of which you documented?
I'm assuming, I'm not positive about that.
You don't even know that you found the hole that the projectiles were found in. You can't say that.
No, I mean, they would obviously have to be in one of the holes, but I would not know which holes.
Right, you might have missed those perforations altogether, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if that we did miss any, but it is possible.
So you can't really help to educate us on how thorough your processing was because you don't even know where the projectiles came from that you did not find, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because of course, if you saw a perforation in a part of the vehicle where a projectile obviously went into,
right,
but you didn't see an exit, you would assume it was still in there, right?
Yes, but they can ricochet around the vehicle as well. That doesn't always mean that's the exit.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. You would speculate that maybe it's still in there.
Yes.
And since your department lacked the ability to take the vehicle apart, you would have alerted your supervisor, prosecutor, BSO to the fact that there is a perforation that we observed, but we lack the ability and technology to fully investigate, and therefore, in order to make sure that there is a complete investigation, please look into that. You would have done that, right? If you saw it.
We just document what we see. Like, I'm not the one that would be reporting that to anybody.
Okay.
So, yeah, we would just take photographs of what we see and place the rods in those areas.
Okay. So this would be kind of a not my job situation. I took a picture of a hole, something might be in there, but let somebody else figure out whether to go check, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right. I noticed that in various parts throughout your report, it indicates the sentence begins before it lists the items that you retrieved using a fresh set of latex gloves, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because you use a fresh set of latex gloves for each particular item that you retrieve?
Not necessarily. If the items that we're collecting are grouped together in a group, then that's usually the same set of gloves they're already touching.
Okay.
If I'm changing areas, then yes, I will change my gloves.
Okay, so if you put on a set of latex gloves, let's take, for example, we saw a photograph that juxtaposed condoms with a Bible.
Okay.
Unholy matrimony, right? Okay, and you found them in the same location, that's why you took them in the same photo?
Yes, sir.
And you were presuming therefore that the same person put the Bible in there and the condoms in there? Or were you risking contaminating them by using the same gloves to retrieve them both?
They were all already grouped together, touching, so if there was any contamination to be done, it would have already happened. They were all bound together in the same place.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of those items were touching each other?
Yeah, it was in the back seat pocket.
Why does that mean they were touching each other?
They were all grouped together
Okay,
in
so you
the
don't,
pocket.
no, I'm sorry.
They were all grouped together in the pocket when I pulled them out.
Okay, so you don't have a photograph depicting them as you observed them touching each other? You're just assuming maybe they were, since they're all in the same pocket, right?
I mean, I would assume there was a photograph. I don't know, I didn't take the photographs that day.
Okay, well, let's talk about items. Are you saying that you only change gloves for individual items when they exist in a contained compartment such that they may all be touching each other?
No, if they're all touching each other, if they're in a group, like if you had a pile of bloody clothes, I'm not gonna change my gloves in between each item of clothing because they're sitting on top of each other.
Okay.
But if there was a pile here and a pile over there, then yes, I would change my gloves in between this pile and that pile.
Okay, so are you saying under oath that the only time that you do not change your latex gloves when you're retrieving items if you observe them physically touching each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the policy, yes.
But that's not,
That I follow every time.
okay, because that, sorry to belabor the point, but what I thought I had heard you say is that if items are in the same area,
Right.
you may not necessarily change your gloves, right?
Right, yes, if they're found in the same area, grouped together.
Okay, that's what you meant to say, in the same area, grouped together such that they're touching?
That's what I thought I said, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and that's the only time that you didn't change your gloves in this case?
I mean, I don't really recall exactly. I follow the same procedures every time.
Okay. Yes.
So if his DNA is on something that he doesn't want it to be on, this could be him creating or showing
I have here.
reasonable doubt of
Do you
how
have
his
your
DNA
reports
got on
with you?
something else.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you reference the one that indicates the activity in which you're engaged on October the 26th of 2018?
Okay.
I think that's the one.
This is like the defense attorney's job, to like poke holes in everything and question everything.
Now, this refers to your retrieving latents, right? Not retrieving items.
Okay.
Am I right about that? I think I may have the wrong one.
From October 26th of the Jeep you're
Yes.
talking about? It's everything. The latents, the swabs, the collection of items,
Okay. And recovery of items as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in every instance in your report where it says using a fresh pair of latex gloves would document each instance in which you did so, and that was the purpose of your making that notation. Is that correct?
I mean, I change them often in between. I may not know every single time I've changed them. We usually have a couple different pair on and I'll just take them off. I don't know, I just don't, I could change them 20 times throughout. I just don't notate every single time.
Is that what you're saying happened here?
I honestly don't recall what happened or how many times I changed my gloves. It was quite a while ago.
Let me ask you this. What's the point of making a notation of the fact that you used a fresh pair of latex gloves? What was your intention
Objection
of making that
relevant.
notation?
Mrs. Stain, objection, answer the question.
Okay, well, you would agree with me that if you changed your gloves on 20 occasions and made note of it 5 times, that would be a bit odd, right?
I don't know. I mean, we've always written our reports that way, so I don't know exactly what you're asking. Would it be odd that I listed it 5 times?
But changed it 20 times.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. You would agree with me, it might be a little bit misleading.
No, I don't think so.
So you just thought to note it sometimes and sometimes you didn't?
I noted it in between each different job that I did. So it's noted before collection of items, it's noted before collecting DNA, and it's also noted before collecting fingerprints.
Okay, let me direct your attention to the second page of your report.
Sure.
Halfway down the page, it says, using a fresh pair of latex gloves, I collected the following items from the grade group.
Right.
Zephyr Hills water.
Objection, Your Honor, provocation.
Okay. Did you recover a Zephyr Hills water bottle?
I did.
And did you do it using a fresh pair of latex gloves?
Yes, that was the first item I collected.
And then I think we saw in the photograph also a small Sutter Home white Zinfandel bottle.
Yes.
You collected that as well?
Yes.
Did you change your gloves between collecting those 2 items?
I don't honestly remember, but seeing how they were both in the passenger side door pocket, I'm not sure. It looks like they came from the same place.
Okay. And there was a small bottle of Black Bomb scent bomb fragrance that you also retrieved.
Okay.
Among other items, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you really can't attest that you changed your gloves on each occasion, right?
In between each area, I can tell you, yes, I did. But I can't tell you how many times now.
Okay. But you would agree with me that if you don't change your gloves, there is a risk, however small, however great, of cross-contamination. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. And that risk may have manifested in this case, you can't attest
Objection,
that.
speculation.
Sustained.
You also retrieved some glass from a car.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed that you use latex gloves then.
Yes.
And the purpose of using latex gloves as opposed to any other gloves is because presumably those gloves themselves are sterile, right?
All our gloves are sterile.
Okay. But when you were collecting the glass from the car,
right,
you put on latex gloves.
Yes.
And then you put on gardening gloves over the latex gloves.
Yes, sir.
And the gardening gloves were sterilized?
I don't remember honestly, but we weren't processing that for DNA.
Okay. So why'd you put the latex gloves on underneath?
so I wouldn't get cut by the glass.
I thought that's why you had the gardening gloves.
Oh, yes, that's why we had the gardening gloves on, I guess just out of habit,
Just have it.
yeah.
Okay. Because if you wanted to make sure that was sterile, what you'd have done was you would put the latex gloves on over the gardening gloves, as opposed to the other way around, right?
If you wanted to make sure it was sterile, correct?
Okay, but you did not have an interest in maintaining the sterility of work?
I think so.
Yeah, of the item at that time. That was not.
No, we weren't testing it for DNA.
Okay. And you were telling us, I think, that you tested a phone for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
I was requested to by the detective.
So, and you were saying you found blood on that?
No, I didn't.
There was no blood on it? Okay. When you conduct an investigation, right?
Yes.
Strike that. When you retrieve items in the course of processing a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
in this case a vehicle, you maintain their integrity for purposes of future testing.
Yes.
Of DNA, possibly,
Yes.
and fingerprints.
Yes.
And because life tends to leave a trail, right?
Yes.
So if I rub this desk, I might not have left fingerprint because of the manner in which I'm touching it, but maybe I left DNA because of the oil in my hand.
Possible, yes.
And so if you test that, you might find evidence that I touched it.
Correct.
And so when you do that processing, you do it in order to try and obtain evidence that someone may have touched an item, right?
Yes.
And particularly for fingerprints, smooth surfaces that are non-porous are particularly conducive to leaving fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Such as a water bottle, right?
Yes.
A projectile.
It's a little harder, but yes.
A spent casing, maybe?
Sometimes, yes.
You've analyzed spent casings before,
Yes,
and you've retrieved fingerprints and DNA from them,
I have.
which informed you in the instances in which you have, and were able to identify that somebody, you were able to identify maybe who loaded a firearm.
I have gotten fingerprints off of casings, but never enough to identify somebody.
DNA.
Off a spent casing, I personally have not.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 7 years.
Okay. All right. Like, for example, a water bottle, you retrieved a water bottle or a bottle of iced tea that appears to have been consumed would be a particularly fertile item from which you might retrieve DNA.
DNA, yes.
Somebody was likely putting it to their lips.
Exactly.
Okay. So when you do this kind of processing in an attempt to retrieve information, right?
Mhm.
And after all the processing, no information is retrieved of value, then it's kind of a wash, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean it's a wash?
You went in looking to find information which may implicate or identify a certain person, but then when you find no information,
It's considered a no-hit.
it's a no-hit.
Yes.
Okay, so it's really of no value.
Yes.
And you don't do the analyses for prints yourself, you send them off?
Yes, sir.
And the DNA as well?
Yes.
So you may know the results, but you wouldn't be the right person to ask about that.
No.
Okay. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, sorry, before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were two rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my
No,
report?
please do.
I just have that
a 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPT.
It was a Nissan RSP. That's what you retrieved.
Yes, that's what it looks like. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have a quick question?
Yes.
So the rental agreement was for Nissan, not the Jeep.
And gold teeth, that would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item. Something you stick in your mouth all the time.
Yes.
So that was preserved for DNA as well.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swap that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
Okay. You don't need to, but you were telling us earlier that you photographed items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay, so in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved?
Correct.
Okay, makes sense. One moment, please. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect examination of this witness?
Investigator Carroll, how many items were swabbed approximately for DNA in this case?
Oh, okay, a lot. Would you like me to try to count?
Please, if you would.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Do you want just from the Jeep?
The
Or
entire, all the items that were processed, swabbed, everything else?
I
That was
would only
crossed
have
out, this
what
was
I
redirect.
actually swapped. Okay.
So if his DNA is on stuff like let's say the projectiles, and that looks really bad. Well, the defense attorney is having her say it is possible that things were cross-contaminated.
I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have I had 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay. So does the Broward Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion.
I think that's beyond her scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
So Investigator Carroll, with regards to the ESO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis. We were not allowed to submit all these swabs.
Okay. With regards to the gloves on that, can you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Ma'am, when you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs,
Was there a rule that permitted you from doing so for like economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time. And then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on a homicide.
Okay. So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do, policy on a homicide case says you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be if we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're gonna allow us to submit anymore.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else in this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Carroll, you're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here, I just want to 5-minute buffer.
Sure. We take a short recess, ladies and gentlemen, please note pass on the chairs and remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case, writing, serving, no research. Just note pass on the chairs. Thank
you. Yeah, I think she looks a lot like I Dream of Jeannie. She's beautiful. And the hair makes.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel may along with the defendant. Defendant, your arrest from Brandi. No, sir. Thank you. All right, anything to discuss now?
Nothing at this time.
All right, we're discussing. Thank you.
Yeah, they break a lot. They take long lunches. Yesterday they left like right at 5 or a little bit before 5, I think. This one is not like Judge Gillen. So I was reading tweets from inside the courtroom. And it said the jury appears to be between the ages of 33 to 50. And it said, where did it go? There was one. Apparently, I've lost it. Oh, here we go. The victim's family is disgusted by Melly displaying a devious grin and brushing his chin. The family is in disbelief at his new demeanor. That was 53 minutes ago. And then I said about 10-15 minutes after that he was displaying an emotionless look across the courtroom at the family of the victims in the gallery. Interesting. And then it said that both sides of the gallery are eerily silent, with only the thunder sounds from outside echoing through the courtroom while the prosecution questions witness Tara Carroll. So that's the stuff going on in the courtroom. Interesting. If I were the victim's family and I was in there and saw that behavior, I would be upset as well. It would be hard not to be upset with something like that when you're when you've lost your loved ones. Let's see if there was anything else. Tara Carroll admits she never retrieved a fingerprint from a shell casing in her 7-year career. That's not unusual because of the heat. I think that's only extra stuff that we've missed. Apparently, Boozy is very like calm and serious. And I think that's all the ones we've missed so far. Interesting. Let's see. Heck no. It's a much better view seeing that ugly marble. Sandra Oliver says, my fiance's brother was murdered in 2017 and the defendant was very smug and disrespectful. I can't imagine that. That's awful. He doesn't seem to take things seriously, but he also, like I said earlier, he almost seems like he's kind of on stage. Oh yeah, you can see it, I guess, but not chat. Well, you got to keep your laptop open then. We need your opinions. Let's see. He is, he's definitely, young. He just turned 24 last month. He was 19 when this happened. Marie Moss, the defense tables should not face the gallery. A lot of them don't. And for that specific reason. Think about like the Murdaugh trial or Letitia Stalk or some of those. Could you imagine if Letitia Stalk could face everybody during her trial? Oh gosh. She was already flipping off witnesses and stuff. I don't think that Landon and Al could have made it would have made it through there calmly if she could. Ivan Victor, this is a good point. Imagine getting rich overnight when you were 19. Oh, goodness gracious. You give me like I got my first bartending paycheck when I was 19 and you couldn't tell me nothing. I can't even imagine making a ton of money when I was that age. I already thought I knew everything when I was 19. Look how that turned out. Let's see. The jury has view, but oh, did I read that wrong? I thought it said that they shouldn't be able to face the gallery. It may have said jury. I was saying gallery because that's what I was saying. I thought if Letitia, oh my gosh, if Letitia was facing Alan Landon, that they wouldn't have been able to stay calm. But yeah, the jury is able to see the defendant. He has been in jail this whole time. Bortland was granted bond. Let's see. In the eyes of the law, age is irrelevant, but as far as how his mental development affects how he behaves, it's got a lot of relevance with that. Yeah, no, Virginia Little. I never said I pitied him for being young. I'm saying his age has a lot to do with his lack of, like when you're that age, your brain is not fully functioned yet. So I think a lot of his inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation and not being able to comprehend or not caring enough to comprehend what's going on could possibly have a lot to do with it. Because he's behaving like a child and not like a grown man.
Was that what you
Beach Cal, he did not have a psych review for the trial that I know of. I didn't see one on file, but I know that he has been diagnosed bipolar before.
What you laughing at? What I do? Why is everybody laughing at me? I didn't even tell a joke. Huh? I can't tell any of my jokes in here, man. All my jokes are so bad. I get in trouble for all my jokes. I end up in human resources when I tell jokes. I guys remember, if you haven't been told before, cell phones gotta stay away. Thank you. Can't have your cell phones out. That was my point. I'll say it again.
Love a hot mic. There's our seal.
No, I got you.
That's all in the courtroom. That's nothing here. That's courtroom audio. Leaves a lot to be desired in this trial.
She the turn? Remain seated, come to order, push back to session. How you doing, Jeff? Good, you?
Maybe they needed to tell him that microphone's on.
It's a record on already. Oh.
Yes, he did.
Really? Really?
Who are the mothers?
Oh, now they cut the mic off.
Evidence is counsel and the assistant state attorney. Counsel, you're suggesting who is your next witness
Leandra Phillips,
and what she had testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips? We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and counsel, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned, and I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, we talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are off the stand.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the jury, is the way I understood. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available who can testify to basically the same thing. And my recollection, sidebar, as you said, that you didn't have other, and you put in the words, credible witnesses that would be able to identify the decedent. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And then we would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case, many cases.
Yeah, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez, is the case, State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated, as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen, and it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically testify to those issues that the alleged victim is dead, one of the elements of proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says, but that was my recollection. The second thing, though, is I thought this was resolved by, you made a suggestion that you're going to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation, when would that be, and when would that happen? And you indicated that after, I guess, the luncheon recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing, I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family. Saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
I'm looking at the case now, so.
I don't know who said it. It was somebody, whoever was talking about their jokes aren't suitable for the courtroom and they get HR called on them when they tell jokes. But it was the hot mic. So whoever it was is asked about a woman being an attorney. Somebody said, yes, she's an attorney. And he said, that ain't no effing attorney. That was the bailiff. It makes it even worse. And he thinks HR is going to get called on him. He just had that blast all over the internet. Y'all want to make bets if he's going to be doing one? So the emotional thing, they're worried about the, they said Christopher, which is Juvie, one of the victims, the one that he's known since kindergarten, about one of his family members coming in and getting emotional. And they are going to, when they talk to her, they are going to show the pictures and everything from the USB drive after she's off the stand instead of with her up there to help from there being emotional outbursts. The first day of a trial is always really hard for me to get into. Second day, I usually start warming up a little bit. Second day after lunch, for whatever reason, and like all the trials lately, it's been like, what just happened? The only reason it's a big deal is because it was on, like, if you and I were just like talking about that and saying that to each other, you know, talking crap, that's one thing. But the bailiff, if it was the bailiff, I didn't see it, that a few people said it was bailiff. If the bailiff saying it in the courtroom in front of people and right there live in front of live streaming to so many people is a little bit bad luck for him, I suppose.
Just to the citation of the other case, Your Honor, I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd, 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify, as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
And I believe the seminal case is Weltry v. State, 402 Southern 2nd, 1159. It's from 1981.
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159.
I apologize. I got to get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect.
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159, Florida, 1981. And I would just, as the gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining.
Yeah, I believe that was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they wish to rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So the
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says, it's clear from the record that the brother's identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant. Nor can we say that the brother's testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the neutral witness referred to by Welty were a fingerprint technician who testified that the prints from the victim's right hand matched the prints of Burkhalter on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a result, in April 1976, DWI arrested Burkhalter, a former member of the Castleberry Police Department who had arrested Burkhalter in 76 for DWI and who identified Burkhalter from the 1976 mugshot taken at the time of the DWI arrest. Even though Welty was willing to stipulate to the identity of the victim, this did not prevent the state from presenting additional relevant evidence to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. We find the trial court did not reversibly err in permitting this testimony.
It's not precluded in instances where it's necessary and they can establish a necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also inviting error by taking the risk that unfolds when the state has ample resources and time to go and find a witness that's suitable and comports with proper protocol.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Well, this is my thought. I wasn't, as I indicated, I wasn't aware of the rule previously. I've tried many homicide cases, and 90% of the time it's stipulated to, although I have had people testify as to the identity. I'm not certain whether they're family members or not, so I don't want to take that lead. I wasn't familiar with the case, but the case seems clear. It's not the preferred method. Don't do it. They're objecting to it. So at this juncture, I haven't heard exactly what efforts were made. I don't know if there are any other witnesses, so we're just going to table it for now. I want to hear whether or not you can have another witness testify as to a non-related credible witness testify as to the identity of the two victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so do you have any other witnesses today?
No, sir.
All right, so we're just going to adjourn now. How does this issue with the medical examiner, how's that going to play out?
We will address scheduling on that, moving around witnesses right now for tomorrow. So we will be plenty of witnesses for tomorrow. I'm still juggling people around to fill in some of those gaps.
Awesome. Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No.
Nothing, sir.
All right, just bring the jury in and I'll tell them we're done for the day.
Okay, so we're about to be done for the day. Apparently, Sack Chaser's mom said to Movie's mom said the two moms of the victims were talking, and she said that they're fake. They're all fake, and she was looking at Melly and his family. There's a lot of tension in the courtroom right now. The one family member of one of the victims is apparently really angry and wanting to speak out. The two victims' moms are talking about Melly and his family, or we're looking at Melly and his family saying that one. When he did that prayer thing, and then that stirred up some anger in the courtroom.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant. The defendant is counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be rather quick. My thought is that we're going to adjourn for the day. The next witness is going to be scheduled. There's a little issue that's come up. So the counsel is going to rearrange her witnesses, and she'll do that. We'll have a full day tomorrow. So we'll have a full day tomorrow. So we're going to adjourn a little early today. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Just remember the admonition: do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And certainly no research about the case. All right? I understand it's wet out there, so stay dry. Leave no pets on chairs. Hold on. No pets on chairs. Thank you. Thank you. That's where your pleasure stepped out. Counselor May, one for the defendant. Nothing to discuss, correct?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're off the record, right?
Yes. Ms. Brandon?
Okay.
When you do, will you text either David or Raymond? Well, you'll text me. All right. Huh? I don't
Everybody go. Yeah. And we make sure we get all the evidence, right?
I'm not touching that.
Don't worry about you.
I don't blame you. I'm worried about myself too.
All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jack.
Well, interesting. How far back was that? Okay, let's see. Sorry, trying to do this on this little bitty laptop is a lot more difficult than Trying to. Okay, let's see. That was when he was right in the front like that, right? The trial is scheduled to be for about a month.
Remain seated, come to order, force back to session. How you doing, Dad? Good.
That's what he said. Here, I'll play it one more time. It's going to be loud because I'm turning it back on. All right, listen close. Cover your ears.
Remain seated, come to order, force back to session.
He's probably going to catch some crap for that. All right, so we are done a little bit early. He was, for those asking what he was saying, he's talking to them on the front row, and he asked who that lady is. And he said, oh, she's an attorney. And they said, yes. And he said something like, there's no effing way she's an attorney or something like that. So, all right. So I am going to get out of here and go home, get to enjoy. As much as I love hanging out in my mom's guest room, I'm going to be back here again tomorrow streaming, probably the next 2 days, maybe 3 days, depending on how long it takes them to do the construction. So I will be back here. Tomorrow we start at 9. Court starts at 9. So we'll start probably about 10 minutes before that just to get up and going so we can watch and give everybody time to get in and talk about everything, ask any questions. If you are still confused about everything, not that I don't mind answering questions, but I'm getting a lot of the same questions over and over. So if you're still confused about everything, go watch. There's a video. It's not too long. It's Patrick CC on YouTube. If you Google or put in the search for YouTube, if you put in Patrick CC YNW Melly, there's a really great video that he has that goes over all of the information. And like I said, it's not like I don't love y'all, and you know me, I'm always down to answer questions, but I'm getting a lot of the same questions over and over. So if y'all want to check that out, that might be very helpful. Other than that, I think that's about all I have for today. If you could, before you go, please give the video a little like. It helps our other little family members find us. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And if tomorrow is anything like today, I hope that it's more like today, second half of the day, as opposed to today, first part of the day, because the foundational stuff can get a little bit repetitive, I know. But there's a lot of tension building in the courtroom, and I don't see that getting any better. So this one's probably going to keep getting a little bit wilder. I think that's all the stuff. It looks like some people are still behind on watching because some people are asking me questions about things that happened a while back. I think chat's funny like that sometimes. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Don't forget to like the video, and subscribe. Turn on your notifications if you want to be reminded when we start tomorrow. And I appreciate y'all so much. I will see you bright and early for jury duty tomorrow morning. Thanks.